But I still come back to things like runes. Or another time I came back, I sat down on my computer, it was talking to me. Everything on every page.
And she's
was
talking about a
to me.
cat, people. So
This is a cat, yeah. And I'm like, what the hell did you do this time, Freddie? You know, I've gotten to the point. If I'm going to leave the computer for a period of time, even like 10 minutes, I just close it, even if I have to, like, start it up again, because it gets a little weird when I close it sometimes. But it's better than trying to get it out of runes. I have a font that's runes. That's what he did. Somehow he managed to change the font to runes, because I had no idea which rune was which.
That might be the way cats
So
talk
I'm
to
like,
us.
yeah, maybe that's. He was sending secret messages again. Oh, and he's also a couple of times, he's typed like really incomprehensible things in comments. I come back and I find he's left a comment on something, and it's all like it looks like cryptography. So
anyways, yes, we learned cats have souls. Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to tell people we just got done having our hangout with Dr. Ross and Dr. Rana and Dr. Steiner, and I think it went exceptionally well. I have no complaints. I know Sam thought it was unorganized. I don't know why. Joe didn't think that he got enough questions answered. But I mean, we are in a time schedule, and I think we when we get these things, there's a thing that comes to us and says, okay, this is what RTB is doing. This is a document that we get, and it's a live broadcast, and it's an hour. If they choose to run over, then they will. But we try to keep it down an hour, and they did actually. I think we're close to 2 actually. So
Steve, that's the thing. You don't worry about that unless they bring it up. You kept on worrying about it, but they were fine the whole time.
No, they have before. The last 2, Andrew kept in the live feed saying, we need to wrap this up.
Yeah, wait until that happens.
Well, I had asked Andrew 3 times. He didn't answer, right?
Exactly. So
because he wasn't looking at the live feed.
Exactly. Wait,
but I don't want it to run very long because people lose interest, and I wanted to be short. I think it went just fine. I think if you wanted to have something more specific under the nature of God, we could do that.
No, but they say that God is the designer. I don't know. You guys got all up on us for bringing up.
I think you're missing
that wasn't what I was interested in. I could care less about that part.
But
I want to know.
You could care less about their hypothesis?
No, I cared about how they explained their hypothesis without specifically, going into God as the designer. I mean, I understand that.
You should tell them not to do that. Then.
But I think what it kind of went into was, okay, let's get into the problems with there being a God rather than their problems being with God being the intelligent designer. That's what I kind of see.
Look, their explanation
and that's what people,
is that.
But Joe, that's what people in live were saying too. So.
Yeah, but their explanation is that this God with these attributes is the designer behind these things. If you point out that there's a problem with the facts about the world with respect to the God that they're positing, isn't that a problem for their explanation?
That's a whole different ball game, though. That's a whole different topic.
I don't get it. Someone posits evolution, and you say that evolution, we should expect to see this. Me pointing out that we don't see that would be a perfect criticism. I think
it's just a crux to try to refute the nature of God rather than refute the intelligent design argument.
They should posit God as their designer then.
I mean, I mean, Jade, you're the only one that seems to agree with me here, but I don't know why. I mean, I like to get other people's input on it. I'll listen to people on this. I'm happy to entertain what they think.
They're the ones who brought up free will.
But that's a whole different topic.
And I would have just ignored that.
Tell them to stay on topic.
Well, then I would have just ignored that and had them go, because there were many things in their hypothesis that I would have liked to see.
Why would you have ignored that?
Joe,
why you? Well, hold on.
Because it doesn't have anything to do with intelligent design.
Right.
Well, but they're saying that they don't have anything to do with intelligent design either. They keep on saying they don't want to be.
What they're saying
they don't want to be.
is.
Hold on, I'm not done talking in general. They don't want to be paired with intelligent design. So we take them on their level, and you guys want to say, no, that's not relevant. Instead, why don't we attack them for doing intelligent design when they just said that they don't want to be paired with intelligent design?
No,
Hugh Ross actually agreed with me about this.
No. Hugh Ross was actually specific. He re-listened to what he said. He said that they have a different form of intelligent design.
Right.
It's a model that's falsifiable.
But not like the
what's that based off of?
That's based off the.
Go ahead, Joe.
It's based because again, Hugh was making the point that there's a 2-book model. So you have the biblical
Who's their
data.
designer?
Sorry?
Who's their designer?
Who cares?
Their design is obviously their God, right? It's the God of the Bible. So
Okay,
what they're doing is they're taking the theoretical
because
data
of
of
that,
the
though,
Bible.
you can't.
But one second, Joe. 1 second.
Okay.
They're taking the data of the Bible, and then they're blending it with, in this case, the scientific data, and seeing if there's a fit. That's all they're doing. They're not talking about philosophical notions of free will and pain and suffering.
Yes, they are, because they brought it up.
No,
Who
Jack
brought up free will? Who brought
Yeah.
up? No, he did not. It was Hugh Ross who brought up free will. I'll bet you money on that.
Well, in what way did he bring it up?
Will.
Why did he bring
He
it up?
said that in order to justify the clear contradictions between there being evil in the world and their God being the designer, nonetheless, you have to factor in the concept of free will. Someone says that Jade, according to you, we're supposed to ignore that.
Yeah. I don't
really?
care about the
I
theological
think
side
Jack
of things.
was the first one. I think
Yeah.
Jack said something for him to even say, because I don't think Hugh would have said that.
No,
unless
I mean,
Jack
again, I'll
gave
bet
a
money on it.
philosophical point.
Yeah, because the problem of evil, all that, I don't care about the theological side. What I cared about is I want to know what evidence they have that points to any intelligent agent.
Yeah, but
I know
but
that
the
they're
thing is,
intelligent.
the evidence that they point out, Jade, has a problem because that evidence contradicts the designer that they're positing.
I don't care. I want to know what evidence they have. I want to know that their scientific argument to any
they told you
designer.
that-
I don't care about their particular designer. That's the point I'm making. I don't care about their particular designer, whatever they posit as the designer. I care about.
I feel like you
want to
should
know
just
what
talk to an
arguments-
intelligent design proponent, or talk to someone who
what
posits
arguments they have toward any intelligent designer.
One of their arguments was about free will.
But Joe, let's say they posited.
No, it wasn't.
Hey Joe, let's say
it was.
I don't remember, but let's say they posited leprechauns.
I do, though.
Okay.
No, I do. I don't want to. We're not.
I believe you. I believe you.
This isn't earlier where you could just say, "Okay, I'm bored."
I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. It's not important to me. I believe you. But let's just say that they posited leprechauns. I mean, the argument doesn't go from the intelligent design. Oh, let's discuss why leprechauns isn't real.
No. That's not it. Let's discuss why it's not whether or not God exists. It's whether or not you can posit God as a good explanation. You could go with the idea that God exists and still show that their explanation makes no sense because they contradict the attributes of God. I never said God doesn't exist, therefore your hypothesis is wrong. I said that your idea of God has attributes that are inconsistent with states of affairs in the world. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I still don't care.
But I don't know why it's really relevant.
I don't know what to say.
I don't either.
Usually when I attack someone's hypothesis, I try to stay relevant to that hypothesis. If that's not the way that you want to attack hypothesis, I don't know what to say.
Well, I don't know. Like I said, I'm willing to entertain other people's viewpoint on it. I don't see it being attacked that way. That's not how I would go about it myself. But
Joe, are you saying that the evidence that they put forth for their God, that the same evidence ironically contradicts the attributes of the God?
Yes.
So so you take the science and then you flip it around and then you want to have a philosophical discussion.
Okay, so if you remember anything that I actually said in the discussion there, if you were paying attention to it, maybe, you would have noted that I mentioned that there are hundreds of millions of years of animal suffering.
Yeah.
That seems inconsistent.
Did he hear his response to that?
That seems inconsistent. Yeah, his response was that you need to have that in order to work with the physics of the universe.
No.
The only way you can work with the physics of the universe in such a way to maintain human free will is to have this type of animal suffering. And at that point, we were confused as to why it would be the case that their God would be constrained to using the physics of our world to maintain human free will. What was his response then?
No, his response was that the laws of physics as it is given, as we experience it from the beginnings of the universe onward, is sufficient enough to bring about the maximum evil and then the defeat of that evil. And simultaneously, since we're all in the boat, so whether it's animals or humans or whatever, that's in this process of, in this case, evil and suffering, that, for example, he then concludes the point that humanity and human civilization, and especially modern technology, can only exist because of the things that's transpired in natural history.
No, I mean, again, he also brought up the concept of free will, but even working with just that, it makes no sense, because you're saying that there's something that's constraining an omnipotent being from creating a universe without evil. What is that constraint?
But you see,
he says the constraint is human free will, and then that's where the issue came up.
That's where I come in with Leibniz, and that's why I wanted to like give a hint to you, in the sense of, this is the best of all possible worlds. A perfect creator cannot create another God. Yeah, whatever comes out of this God will have to be, by definition, not perfect. It can be very good, but not perfect.
Cannot create another God? Is that what you said?
Yeah, yeah. Because if you're going to say that this creation is as perfect as God himself, in the sense of no evil, no suffering, no pain, but you can somehow still have free will, well, that's the attributes of God himself. And
wait,
therefore,
are you bringing in the concept of free will? Because I told you I'm fine with just sticking with what you said explicitly.
No. What I'm getting at is the philosophical statement was in itself already thought about by people like Leibniz.
I understand that, and there's arguments against what Leibniz said.
I've seen the arguments, and they don't really stand up.
Are you fine with necessitarianism, really?
What Hugh Ross is going to get to, and this is something I've personally discovered myself, is that the whole concept of the incarnation, the hypostatic union between this perfect being and this finite, imperfect world, is to then deify it, to glorify it, so that he can then bring it back to that perfect state that he could initially could not have happened.
This is all why having the hundreds of millions of years of pain and suffering.
Yeah, the hundreds of millions of years this was the best of all possible worlds to bring about, in this case, humans.
You can't imagine a possible world without the disasters of Katrina.
But then, at the same time, hurricanes are actually, in some sense, beneficial to other things in the planet.
I'm talking about a specific thing, the disasters of Katrina.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Could you imagine a possible world where that didn't occur?
Triggered.
Could I imagine a world where it doesn't occur, or it does occur?
Where that never occurred. Is that something that you think is logically possible? A world where the disasters of Katrina never occurred.
That's only possible in a world where you're pretty much God himself.
So you're sticking with the Leibnizian best possible worlds argument then. You don't think,
I'm sticking with Leibniz's proposition based on the biblical data.
I don't understand how a world where Katrina never occurred is logically impossible.
Can it, again, logically impossible only if it's a finite creation and not, in this case, quote unquote, God himself, or by definition, you're in that state of existence of.
Wait, I still think you're actually messing up, because the world where it's just God, that's a possible world. So this isn't the best possible world anyways.
Could Katrina
exist? A world without anything would be the best possible world.
Could Katrina exist in God's domain?
No, it couldn't. But I think that's a problem for you as well. The issue is that that's the best possible world. There's no evil in that world, correct?
Yeah, but again, if something is created, this is a very simple concept. You have an eternal being. Something that comes into existence by definition cannot be perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you're not understanding the issue. We're talking about whether or not it would be a better world if there was a world with no evil versus a world with evil.
Again,
the world with no evil is the world with just God by her lonesome, right? That's the better world. So hold on, I'm not done yet. That's the better world. So it seems like that would be the best possible world. This isn't the best possible world. So you can't argue that, well, this is the best possible world, that's why there's all this pain and suffering, because clearly there's another world where there is no pain and suffering whatsoever. God world.
So there's a way to, so are you saying that there's a way to, there can be a world that has absolutely no Katrina, no suffering,
yeah,
that can still postulate free will,
yeah,
and at the same time, because according to the biblical theological position, there needs to be deification in order to fellowship with this being that's created.
You're not, hold on. I see where the issue. I'm saying that just a world where just God exists by himself. That's the best possible
But
world.
then we wouldn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
But God wants us to exist.
Well, if he wants us to exist, then he has to deal with making a world with pain and suffering.
Exactly. And that's what
the
happened.
thing is, if you had the choice between creating something with pain and suffering and creating something and not creating it, but also having no pain and suffering, what would be your choice?
The choice would be to cause a solution. So if he already knew, so there's two ways that he decided, or he could have decided, not create or create. If you create, this outcome will take place. Well, he created, this outcome did take place. What's the solution? Well, he gave the solution on the cross.
That's what he did in this world, but this world isn't the best possible world because this world has evil. Versus another world,
I see what you mean by best of. Okay, Leibniz's point of best of all possible worlds is not that way of thinking. It's not that. The best of all possible world is obviously in this case the new creation, not this creation. So Leibniz's point is this is the most sufficient means to bring about that ultimate creation.
That would go against God's omnibenevolence, though.
No, his omnibenevolence is demonstrated on the cross.
No, his omnibenevolence is demonstrated by the hundreds of millions of years of animal suffering.
No, not at all. Because that's the natural order of this universe that by default has to take place.
There's two issues you're running into. Either he's not omnipotent because he can't help but create this world and as a consequence have a world with evil, or he's not omnibenevolent in that he can help but create this world, but he did it nonetheless for this theological aim that you're talking about. So you're going to have to try and figure out which one you want to get rid of, God's omnibenevolence or God's omnipotence.
I think he demonstrates both of those attributes by the very photo you're seeing on my Google+. You have a trans-dimensional sacrifice of totally what the early church called theosis and deification, that he can do. He can bring about that ultimate means by...
How does sacrifice make him omnipotent?
Who is this? I can't see who's on mine.
This is Sam.
Oh, hey, Sam.
So again, the hypostatic union, do you guys know anything about that?
I don't you're saying that it's pretty much Jesus' atonement, right?
Yeah, but again, I think we're talking past one another because you haven't thought deeply about the significance of the Christian claim of the hypostatic union, the incarnation, what all that actually means.
Could you explain why the dilemma I posed to you is no longer a dilemma?
It's no longer a dilemma because you have a blending of the natural and the supernatural in Jesus.
Again, that's not actually answering the question. That's just declaring an unrelated statement. You've done that 2 times in a row now.
How is it a dilemma?
How is it a dilemma? You want to say that your God is both omnibenevolent and omnipotent. If he's omnipotent, then he could create a world without this evil. If he's omnibenevolent, then he would create a world without this evil. But nonetheless, we're in a world where there is such evil. So you're going to have to decide which one is he not. Is he omnibenevolent? He can't. Hold on, I'm not done. Is he omnibenevolent, but he couldn't help but create this world? Or could he help but create this world, but he's not omnibenevolent? The latter is he's omnipotent. The former is he's omnibenevolent.
Yeah. So so for example, Paul in Romans 8 would make the point that corrupting bondage in the Greek is, in this case, thermodynamics, entropy, and all that, that it was not the result of the creation. So it's not, the creation didn't do anything for the world to be as it is. He clearly says the one who subjected it. So he's basically saying God was the one who caused it to be like this right from the start. And then he makes the point that there's a reason why he did it, so that theosis is possible. There's no other way for theosis to take place except for the way things are.
Yeah, but
So
why is that
like
necessary for the best possible universe?
Best possible universe to come. This is not the best possible universe as in this is the only universe he could have done. This is a sufficient universe to bring about that best possible world.
But an as Joe has outlined, an omnibenevolent creator would be able to instantiate the best possible universe for us if it is all powerful.
That's the one to come. You see, the point. What you're saying is.
What do you mean by to come? The universe now, it will eventually become the best possible world, or we're going to enter.
Basically,
like
that language of the eschaton, where we are entering the new heavens, new earth, that type of language. What the problem that Leibniz highlighted quite brilliantly is that God, who's got all these attributes, if he's going to create something, by default, that thing that comes into existence cannot be, in this case, perfectly good, where there's no pain, no suffering, because now you're already having the attributes of God at a moment in time. So if you have
no, you don't have to. That's not actually entailed by what anyone has said.
The other issue is that, remember when the reason why I brought up Katrina and I said I was speaking about Katrina specifically is that it seems to me that a better world than the world we're in would be one where Katrina never happened. Had all the other pain and suffering, but that specific instance of pain and suffering did not happen. That's a better world. So it's not even that it's either the best versus a terrible world. There's lots of other worlds, and there are a lot of other logically possible worlds out there that are better than this world. So you can't even say that this is the best possible world compared to a world that just doesn't have Katrina occurring. So it's not that, well, look, you guys, no world's going to be perfect because only a world with God would be perfect. But there still are worlds that have less pain and suffering than the world we're in now. What's the reason why God did it? Actualize those worlds instead of actualizing this world. Either it's because he's not omnibenevolent or it's because he's not omnipotent. Which one do you want to get rid of?
I would say that he is omnibenevolent and omnipotent in the sense that I can again look at Katrina and yes, the outcomes are bad, but then there's beneficials of hurricanes to say the rest of the globe. Like, would you?
Yeah, but that's hurricanes in general. Remember, I was just talking about a specific incident. How about let's take away Katrina? How about it's just
smallpox?
Little old lady, little old lady lives one day more.
Okay.
That's a better possible world than this one.
When you say when you say a better possible world, is there such a thing as a possible world that will see what you're trying to do is you're trying to there's an age limit. So say take that old lady, for example. Say the lady lives 90 years, and then another world where the same lady lives 91 years. Okay, that's you would postulate that's a better world.
Yeah.
Why not live infinite years? I would say.
I mean, if you think that's logically possible, then if you want to work against that possible world, I'm sure. But I'm fine with mine because the whole point is that you're arguing that this is the best possible world for an omnipotent, omnibenevolent being to create. However, I don't think that that's the case.
You're strawmanning my argument again.
How is that? Okay, what am I wrong about?
When you again, I've clarified my point with the word best. Best is sufficient. It's the optimal. It's not perfect. It's not the ultimate. This is the only thing I could have thought of.
Look, I said that it doesn't. It's not that it has to be perfect. It's that it has to have. This is the best we can do. This is the most optimal amount of evil. But the thing is, I can imagine a myriad of worlds out there that have evil, but have significantly less amounts of evil than that which is seen in this world. So it seems to me like those would be better possible worlds.
Yeah, but then there could be hidden variables that are worse, that cause the old lady to live 1 year longer than the world that causes her to live 1 year shorter, and there could be,
That's just you not like that's just you not wanting to go along with the conceptual scenario I'm positing.
No.
I don't think you're actually taking on the issue.
No, I'm taking it on. But the point, you see, this is why you ignored. Well, you didn't ignore, but you didn't really engage with when I said, okay, whether it's 90 years or 91 years, what happens if what about the fact that why not infinite years?
I told you, if you think that is a possible world, I can work with that.
Yeah, so wouldn't that be the best of all possible worlds?
Exactly. Why didn't God create that world, and why did God create this world?
Right. So then infinite years would postulate God himself, that you would be in essence God himself.
Well, why did you postulate another possible world that actually, I mean, again, that just goes back to either he can make this world that has evil, or he could just be by himself in his own world with no evil. It seems to me like a world with no evil is the world that an omnibenevolent being would make versus a world with evil. Does it not?
But okay, another thing though is who's creating the evil? It's not God.
It doesn't matter. It's a world with evil, a world without evil.
Yeah, so the world by default, again, coming out of God, is in essence doing its own thing based on the laws of mathematics.
Are you saying that God couldn't help that evil would arise?
I'm contending that that is the case, but then he's helpless.
He's not omnipotent then.
He is omnipotent because he proved it on the cross. That's my point. If he didn't prove it on the cross, if it's just a deist God that just brings into existence this universe and that's it, we might as well just go home and, I don't know, sleep or something. Yeah, then you'd have a point. There's no need to even worship this deity that he's just created it and that's it.
What's your understanding of omnipotence?
The fact that he's decided to personally interact with it and cause this beautiful thing of theosis, I think is a remarkable conception of his all-powerfulness and all-loving nature.
The world that I said without Katrina still has God doing something on the cross, right?
That's a possibility, yeah.
Well, that's a possible world. You can't say that this is the best possible world for God to create.
But that's, again, the variables that involve Katrina to begin with versus variables that don't involve Katrina. Again, you have to be omniscient to consider which indeed is the best possible world.
Could God be crucified if there were no hurricanes?
If there's no hurricanes, you don't have thermodynamics.
Okay, so then God is not omnipotent.
And if you don't, and here's the thing: if you don't have thermodynamics, you don't have crucifixion. If you don't have crucifixion, you don't have theosis.
I mean, if you have thermodynamics, then you can't have resurrection, but that's another topic. The thing is that it sounds to me like God. You're positing a God who is constrained. Omnipotent God doesn't fly with that concept of a God.
Is he constrained in the new creation? When you read the new creation account,
you just described a way that he's constrained. Address the issue that we're talking about. Don't bring up a new one.
You've actually described a multitude of ways that God's constrained. He can only create imperfect worlds, and then it has to be imperfect for a time, and then that leads to perfection. And there seems to be, if you're saying God is all powerful, you're limiting them every time you're challenged to figure out why. Like even in the discussion now, we only have a sample size of one universe, but yet you're saying this is the best possible universe and have no sample size to compare it to. It doesn't make any sense why
Don't
you
worry
just come
about
to all
that
these
right
assumptions.
now. Don't. We're just talking about possibility right now. It's not too much of a deal. It's not probability. We're talking about possibility. So you could talk about a priori probabilities, that kind of thing. We're just talking about possible worlds, which is a concept that's not specific to science. The issue, though, is that you and I could both still think that a world without Katrina, not without hurricanes, a world without Katrina is a possible world. And a world without Katrina is a world with slightly less evil than the world we're living in now. Now, the thing is if the claim is that God needs to make the best possible world, and so the evil we see today is the amount of evil that is possible for God to make, it clearly flies in the face of us positing a world that has less evil, like, for example, the world without Katrina. That world has less evil in it. That seems like that would
Yeah,
be the
again,
best
the
possible
less
world.
evil. Can you showcase that there's less evil with a lack of Katrina? Because again, the balancing variable, if you remove Katrina in that parallel universe, what things are taking place that could be worse that have, in this case, removed Katrina?
No, this is the thing, though. I posited something that says there's less evil in it, and your response to it is, no, you're not positing something that says there's less evil in it.
But Joe,
You're not engaging the thing that I'm positing.
But Joe, you're not actually positing something that's quote unquote less evil. You're saying, okay, here's another possibility. This event, that event, maybe without that event could be less evil. But I do think that, but just by saying without Katrina doesn't mean that there would be less evil in the world. That event could have caused some greater good.
Well, then
Kind of
he's
talk
just
in these abstracts.
The issue is that
Or
that's
no,
if
not
we're
just greater
hold on,
good.
time out, you guys, time out. If we're only talking about possible worlds, we're talking about abstracts. The issue, though, is that, look, if we can never know whether or not this possible world or that possible world has more or less evil in it, then you're appealing to something that's even worse for the God concept. So which do you want to do? Do you want to just appeal to us not knowing whether or not other possible worlds are examples of evil? Or do you want to actually engage in the argument that I'm giving?
But the argument that you're giving, let's say, for instance, you said a little old lady.
Do you understand possible worlds? Do you understand possible worlds?
I do understand possible worlds, but it's where we're saying, okay, is this number one? The assumption is this is the best possible world for God. That's what's been presented to us. I don't agree with that. But to say that one change makes this world more evil than the next,
it makes one world. Okay,
it makes no sense.
Okay, so you don't think that? Okay, why would it be the case that a world without one example of evil wouldn't be less evil than a world with that example of evil?
Well, Joe, just
hold on. I asked this guy a question.
Well, we're talking about one particular example of evil, and I do agree that if we're just talking about possibilities.
Yes, that's what possible worlds talks about.
Of course, if we're just talking about possibility, you're saying that without Katrina or without this woman's old lady living
without this instance of evil,
but we have to also hold that everything else stays the same. We also have to show that all of the events stay the same.
Yeah,
that's impossible to do. That's impossible to understand the effect of Katrina.
So you don't think it's a possible world. So you don't think it's a possible world. That's fine. You can't imagine any possible world where there is an evil in this world, our actual world, that isn't evident in that possible world. You can't imagine a possible world where just Hitler never existed.
No, I agree that I believe that there are events that I can subjectively say that yes, this would make the world a better place or less evil, if we'd like to use that term. But what I'm saying is that the premise to begin with is that this is the best possible world. I reject that outright, because how do we know? How do we know that this is the best? And how do we know that if removing one event will make this particular world with the trillions and trillions of events more or less evil? I just don't think the conversation just really doesn't make any sense.
I don't think you're understanding the issue, because it sounds like you're actually agreed with me, but you're confused on the concept of possible worlds.
I do agree with you. I do agree with you.
Exactly. So what were you saying, General Han Solo?
Well, in this case, the best possible worlds, are you talking about, because again, in physics, again, it depends on the whole B theory of time and A theory of time. So I'm B theorist, but then there are interesting postulations for blending both. But
do you understand what Leibniz meant by possible worlds?
I do, yeah. Now, the interesting thing about what Leibniz said is that, and also something I've been thinking about is, for example, this very second that's gone by. A few seconds ago, the possible world technically didn't exist for you and me until we, in time, then transferred ourselves over to this very second that's gone by. So
possible worlds have no causal connection. So I think that there's a misunderstanding on the concept of possible worlds, and that's fine because it's a esoteric concept.
I'm just wondering.
I have to go. Can I come back and can we continue this conversation?
No, once
you're gone, you're done, motherfucker, man. You are done, bitch. Run away, Joe. Run away. Tail between your legs. Yeah.
So General Han Solo, I sat here. General Han Solo answered all his questions, and Joe ran off. I heard it.
We watched it live.
Can I just say fuck you all?
You know what? I would actually,
I'll be back in 20 freaking minutes.
I'm actually within a team by this. I was doing other things, but I'm just listening. I'm like, this is good shit.
I know it is. You got to let it go, and then it happens.
Yeah, but we have more time in this kind of hangout than we do with
Steve. Can't let shit go. I'm just gonna throw that. Steve can't let shit go. Can't let it go.
Let it go, man. Just let it go.
Joe, I still love you.
He loves everybody.
One thing I wanted to ask about Hugh Ross's Hangout is it seems like I understand that they're trying to use a science predictive model to prove this creation story, but it starts with the assumption that there is a God, and because they're trying to prove that there's a God through this method, but by assuming there's a God. That's my daughter screaming at me now when I get on the mic. But I'm not understanding the argument. Can someone just explain to me, how do you prove there is a God by assuming there's a God and then saying this is the method we're going to use to prove it? It's like it's just all circles to me.
No, what Hugh Ross is doing is that you have this document, the Bible, and by the way, it's not just the Bible. I've seen Hugh when he had his debate with Victor Stinger. Victor Stinger asked a very good question in the sense of, well, what about other texts in the ancient Near East, and not just that? What about recent religious texts like, say, in this case, the Book of Mormon or the Quran? So Hughes says that these are all models, whether from human origin or quote unquote from a divine source. Now that's the question: is it from a divine source? And Hugh, what he does is that he takes this document, which is the Bible, but don't forget it's many documents within the one book, and then he takes the data from that, and then he combines it with, in this case, the scientific data. And he makes the pretty remarkable claim that they correlate each other one-to-one. And therefore, the RTB model is a quote-unquote creation science model in the sense of, okay, naturalistically speaking, here's the models we make based on our discoveries of certain phenomena. Does it blend with this ancient document that quote unquote is inspired? Since it's correct, and since we would expect it to be correct because God can't lie, therefore the divine author of this book is indeed, in this case, indirectly true. That, in essence, that's Hugh Ross's position. So, just to give you an example, in the discussion about the fossils on the moon, Genesis 1:2, in the chronology of the creation, has life already way at the start of in the early period of the planet's composition, and it starts in the oceans. Well, I gave Jade a link, and in fact, I even mentioned in the discussion that isotopic evidence of fossils on the moon. Not only that, but through zircon crystals and so on, they've been able to date back biotic life to 4.1 billion years, which is very early in Earth's history. If life starts, say, much later, say 2 billion years or even 1 billion years, just to give like an example, then that wouldn't fit the chronology of the Genesis account. So again, Hugh will come back and say, why the remarkable consistent fit chronologically between the Genesis text and natural history?
Well, can I
step in?
Well, can I step in and
sure.
say, you seem to be cherry picking the points that work and not the points that don't work. For instance, there was the Earth before the sun. It was, there was light before stars. There seemed to be, there's a lot in there that doesn't fit the scientific model, and
right.
And by saying that here are a few parts that do fit what we know to be science today, and henceforth now the rest of it could be true, I think is a stretch. It's a stretch, to say the least.
No, notice that when I said one-to-one, notice that I'm already thinking about, and not just me, but even Hugh Ross is already thinking about exactly that. Well, what about, if you're going to say one-to-one, that means you're going to say sun before earth, not earth before sun. Well, in the Genesis 1 passage, the earth is indeed after the sun. And there's grammatical arguments that can be made where the sun is already in existence before the earth is even created.
I'm not too sure about that. I think, again, now we're talking about revisionist history. The book is very clear about the order. The book is very clear about the order of creation, and don't get me wrong. The Bible does have true facts in it. Egypt was a place. The Red Sea is an actual body of water. So there are true facts, but there are many untrue facts in the Bible, and the order of creation are some of those untrue facts. Now, to now go back and say that the order now fits what we've found out through science, I think is being a little dishonest at this point.
Not at all, because I can show you ancient commentaries in the Second Temple period that correlate exactly with modern Hebrew scholarship, especially ancient Near Eastern scholarship, that shows the past tense of the way the Hebrews, in a qual-perfect form in regards to when God made, the sun and stars, and also the Hebrew merism of, in verse 1, heavens and earth, heavens plural and earth. It's a remarkable fit. You already have these things in existence right at the get-go. Obviously, in science, we see it as a period of time, and then the conditions of the earth is chronologically perfect. You have tohu wabohu, so that's Hadean period. Then you have the water world, when the earth cools down, becomes a water world. Then you have plate tectonics taking place via this carbonate silicate cycle. That's because the spirit is hovering over the waters. That's the whole creation of life in the hydrothermal vents. Then you have land masses appearing because of that, and a transformation of the atmosphere. Hence, day and night cycles start off in day one. Well, day one in this sense, the first stage. Then you have vegetation, after the landmass appears, that vegetation further transforms the earth via a water cycle that then leads into higher animals during the Cambrian explosion, and that's in days 5 and 6, and humans come last. And don't forget, verse 20, and this is the most remarkable thing. This is what I wanted to ask you, but we didn't have time because the dinosaur bird thing was mentioned. Verse 20 gives what I consider probably the most accurate chronology. You have the verse states, "From the waters come forth reptile life," and in this case, in the Hebrew and the Greek, it's talking about large, pretty much dinosaur-like species, and then birds. And Basil, a 4th century church father, picks up on that and then concludes that there's a family link, there's a genetic link between birds and fish. And all he does is, this is just what the text says, and he can't explain it any other way. Then comes along Darwin, 1600 years later, or Darwinian evolution, and then hence evolution now, to then make that confirmation. So again, why the remarkable consistency of an ancient document, which has been claimed to be divinely inspired, and hence in this case modern science? And that's the predictions that Hugh was talking about, the RTV predictions.
So just to be clear, day 1, light divided by darkness. Day 2, he created. It's the sun wasn't created till day 4. So you have an earth, you have vegetation, you have water, you have all these things before you have a sun, before you can even have the elements to be created to do this. And it seems like you're just reorganizing it or trying to re-argue the order of creation to make it fit the scientific narrative today.
Yeah.
And I say this respectfully.
No, I'm and that's great. Like I appreciate the question. So notice in day 3 you have vegetation. That will further transform the atmosphere from translucent to transparent. Then the text says in verse 14 onwards, "Let there be the great lights in the sky to serve as basically to mark the seasons and so on." Because notice that day 5 species, their body clocks need the visibility of these things in the sky. And then notice that verse 16 says, "So God had made the sun, moon, and stars to do this sort of thing." It doesn't say God made in the sense of, okay, now in day 4, God's going to make it and place it. It's in the past tense. It's already been done for this specific point.
Well, unfortunately, I just respectfully disagree. I think it's pretty clear if you just read the text. And again, I understand that you have to interpret the text in a certain way to fit the narrative, but it's very clear what the Bible says came in what order. And I think to try to re-argue that now a book that was written 2,000 years ago had any science in it from today, I think is a real stretch of the imagination. Now, don't get me wrong. I think there can be some things in the Bible that are true. I do not deny that. But I believe try to use it as a scientific book and to say that the order of creation is correct in some way. It's I don't know if anybody else in the room believes that, but it just seems it does seem a little hard to believe.
Yeah, it's not how the ancient Hebrews would understand the text at all either. The lights in the sky were created after the earth. So it doesn't match science at all. It talks about at the beginning there was this chaotic waters, which parallels other creation myths at the time, and then the gods Elohim come along and basically conquer Tehom, the deep, which is a derivative of Tiamat.
Tehom.
Yeah, which is a derivative of Tiamat to and creates the firmament to separate the waters for heaven, which is above, which is the sky, and the earth, which is the ground below. That doesn't match science.
The Tiamat connection is not. It is sort of connected, but not really. It's not an exact parallel fit. So I made the challenge in the Great Debate. I said, if you can go back in time and not alienate the Sumerian people because you already have pre-knowledge of, in this case, natural history from the 21st century. You go back in time and you give out a systematic summary of, in this case, natural history in their language, but you have to use their terminology, and at the same time you have to tweak the text sufficient enough so that they can understand it and a 21st century audience can go, yes, that is also accurate. And that was the challenge I proposed. And interestingly, Camille's response to that was, well, we have the Genesis account. That pretty much is an ancient Near Eastern document. That, he saw the point that he takes the Genesis account and he goes, this is sufficient enough of an example of how I would have basically laid out, in this case, natural history to an ancient Near Eastern audience and for a 21st century audience to read it and go, yep, it matches natural history.
I totally disagree. I think you could come up with a much better story which both the ancient Hebrews and modern man could understand. In fact, Raymond Bradley, who's a professor of philosophy, who was an ex-evangelical, he came up with a much better story than the Genesis one. It starts out, in the beginning, God created a great ball of fire. From the fire in time came the heavens and the multiple stars. Among the stars was our sun, circled about by many planets, including our Earth. And he goes on and on and on.
Is this to an ancient Near Eastern audience?
No, it's just simply coming up with a better story to match modern cosmology.
I want ancient Near Eastern grammar and syntax.
Well, I don't see why it matters. I mean, all those words existed at that time.
Because their vocabulary is limited. And is there a way you can take a modern natural, very simple, maybe 10-step, or in this case, Genesis is a 6-step model of explaining it, where they are not alienated at all in their vocabulary. So they don't have to learn new words. And at the same time, it's accurate enough for you and me to go, yes, that is exactly how we say it, albeit we add more details to it.
In my little story there, what new words would they have to learn?
They'd have to learn things like...
I'll read it to you again.
Sorry?
I'll read it to you again, and you can just stop me when you come across a word you think they won't understand. In the beginning, God created a great ball of fire. From the fire, in time, came the heavens and the multiple stars. Among the stars was our sun, circled about by many planets, including our own Earth.
Yeah.
What would they have to understand there?
Again, they would immediately think of sun, Shemesh, as being a deity that is being surrounded by, in this case, spherical objects in the night sky. They had no concept of.
Well, they had the concept of the wanderers, which turned out to be later the planets. They noticed that the stars were fixed across the sky, but they noticed that the wanderers were not fixed, and they thought they were deities.
Retrograde motion only comes in Babylon, not in Sumeria.
Well, they didn't have, the ancient Hebrews didn't have names for the planets. They did. They had a name for each one of the 7 known.
Yeah, Ezekiel is in that connection, but not, for example, an ancient Near Eastern, like the Enuma Elish. You're talking about texts going way back at the time of Abraham. They would the night sky to them was these stars. Hence, for example, look at the covenant God makes with Abraham.
Yeah, you're talking about their ignorance. And if God is revealed as a revelation, which is new, divine revelation down to these people, he could easily explain these things to them.
So in their ignorance, he's done a brilliant job in highlighting a key point of what they needed to hear, and at the same time, a people group like you and me that has a totally different context, and the text, as I'm arguing, can speak in a totally different way.
Well, I think you're just totally twisting it. You're totally rewriting it.
Not at all.
No, this is the power.
It talks about a solid dome firmament above us that separates the waters above and below. That doesn't exist. Therefore, the Bible doesn't match science at all. It's a useless, archaic idea that's irrelevant to today's modern world.
Again, it depends on how you take rakia in the context of Job.
We need to understand the way they understand it, not the way we would, or how can we reinterpret it to match science? No, we have to understand the authors and the people at the time in their context, not our context. It applies to the time it was written. We don't. What you're doing is called reader response method, which you're just reinterpreting scripture to match the needs of the current group. It's not a hermeneutic, a historical grammatical method. It's not the critical historical method. It's called biblical reappropriation, where you're just reinterpreting it to match the conditions, whatever you want to match. I mean, even people like William Lane Craig rejects that.
And even in that reinterpretation, it's being left open that if we look at it this way, and something that can have such many broad interpretations is not saying anything. It's just saying nothing.
Floyd, would you say it's okay? What would you do with, for example, verse 20, the one that I make a connection with Basil or Basil, how you want to pronounce that word, Basil the Great?
I'm not familiar with that. What do you say?
So let me screen share.
And these guys you mentioned, they didn't write the Bible themselves. They're trying to interpret the Bible.
No, I know, but in fact, I linked you to.
Yeah, I mean, in the day of Augustine, Augustine wanted to, view these things, allegorically, but there were flat Earth fathers at the time and young Earth creationists at the time as well.
Yeah, I agree. But Augustine had the interesting thing about the fathers is you need to read them. Interestingly, you need to read their works in chronology. So Augustine very early on starts postulating, based on Eusebius's chronology of, in this case, a young Earth. But then later on in his writings, he starts postulating, well, I concede that if the days are thousands of years or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, there could be 600,000 years of that's transpired. And then he postulates that the seventh day could be, in this case, much longer than that, because he sees that it continues on into the present day. But here's a text from the Septuagint that has this chronology, and the fathers were using the Septuagint, where from water life to reptiles to birds. And then Basil makes the point that there's a family link. So why do the waters give birth to birds? There's a family link, there's a common derivation, they are one family. I mean, evolution is descent with modification.
How does the waters give birth to birds? Where are you getting that from? Where does that say that? It says at the same time the air had birds in it.
Basil is asking the question that, according to verse 20, the text is saying birds derive from the oceans. And in this case, the oceans have fish. And there's a link between fish and birds. And evolution says exactly that.
It says, let the waters bring forth swarms of living creatures.
Okay, I'm using the Septuagint.
Well, I'm using the RSV, which takes it from the Hebrew.
Yeah, the Masoretic text is 900 AD. I'm going by Septuagint and the Vulgata that comes before that.
Well, it's a Greek translation that's not always that accurate.
Which is very precise. Greek.
No, I mean it was an okay translation, but no, I wouldn't consider it very precise at all.
No. The Greek language is very precise. So
right, but the Hebrew was
Jewish scribes. Because
so
don't forget,
Septuagint isn't necessarily
in verse 2021, there's Tanim mentioned, which is in this case a dinosaur-like creature. And in between ocean life, the Tanim, and in this case the birds, there's a chronology from one to the next.
Yeah, well, which take the Septuagint, which take your quote right there. Let the waters bring forth reptiles. Well,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the Septuagint wouldn't use the word reptiles.
It has reptiles in
it. It wouldn't use that word. So
it has the Greek word is reptiles.
The way we would understand the term reptiles,
yeah,
I don't think so. They didn't have that sort of classification back then.
Are birds reptiles?
Again, they wouldn't understand that.
But that's my point. They're looking at it from their ancient years in context. Remember the challenge.
It says the birds were in the air.
No.
They were
No.
not. They did not say stems from the ocean. You're reading that into it. It doesn't say that.
No, I'm not.
Even your quote there does not say that the birds came from the waters. You're adding that in.
It does. Look, why do the waters give birth to birds? Because in the
Basil's saying that
the waters. It says let the waters bring forth reptiles and winged creatures. It's saying
and
the waters
are flying above the earth.
Yes. So the waters are bringing forth these winged creatures that will then fly above the earth.
I guess if you remove the comma and view it that way, it doesn't say the waters brings reptiles. In fact, it doesn't use the word reptiles.
So, did they have commas back then?
And the waters bring the winged creatures. It doesn't say that either.
Did they have commas back then, though? It's like, this is so tedious.
Yeah, the comma is that is, to be honest, a stupid response, Floyd. It clearly says, God says, let the waters bring forth these two species.
I think you missed my point.
No, it doesn't say that at all. It does not say that at all.
It does.
Is that, look,
the Hebrew word does not say reptile. It's a creature, creepy things, creep, move, creature.
Yep. You're using
but I could see Han Solo as arguing that
after the first century.
I could see him as saying, look, they just didn't have that concept yet, but they had the idea.
I'm going 1,200 years before the Masoretic text, and this in this case is the Septuagint.
Yeah, which is a somewhat poor translation from the Hebrew.
And by the way, Enoch highlights exactly this as well. First Enoch. So you have Second Temple literature.
To translate it as reptiles is deceptive, and it doesn't say that winged creatures came from the waters. That you're interpreting it that way.
So
it simply says at that period of time, creeping things were in the waters and flying things were in the air. That's what it says.
No, I think you're willfully ignoring, because Basil says, why do the waters give birth to birds?
And Basil has the correct interpretation.
Yeah, because he's reading the Greek literally. He's not reading the English translation here. I mean, he's reading the Septuagint in Greek.
And everyone else agrees with Basil?
And what you mean? They're reading each other's literature? No, that's not how it was.
It's commentary that the waters brought winged things flying above the waters bring winged things.
What I'm saying is, here's a man in the 4th century that uncannily, if I was to take this and go to a science classroom and not even mention where this comes from, I would suspect that the evolutionary biologists would agree with me on exactly that description.
Oh, that winged creatures immediately came out of the waters?
No, over a period of time, that there's a family link. There's a species
It doesn't
link.
say that. You're adding that.
It says that out of the waters, what's in the waters?
The Hebrew says creeping things, not reptiles.
No, there's fish
Swarms.
already in the water.
The Hebrew literally means swarms of creeping things.
You're using the Masoretic text, though.
Yeah.
When is that dated?
Well, yeah. I mean, the latest copies we have was like, yeah, it was like around 1900 CE. But it was brought along. You think they just started writing it at that time? Obviously, and did they interpret from Greek? No, they interpreted from previous Hebrew texts.
I think you should know.
I don't see how you can say the Septuagint.
I don't. Okay, let me just say
the Masoretic text. I would think. I think your best appeal would be the Dead Sea Scrolls. That would be the earliest text we have.
Let me just say
in the original languages.
I don't trust the Masoretic text. I only trust, in this case, the Septuagint, whatever the Vulgata was, and Second Temple literature. I don't, because the Masoretic text has been highly revised, pretty much from Genesis all the way down.
So you're picking an interpretation that you can kind of twist to match your cute little theory here.
No, because the Masoretic text was a response to the Christian use of the scriptures about Jesus, and there's very interesting changes done, starting with Genesis 1 onwards. For example, Genesis 4:1 has Mary giving birth to Cain. I mean, not Mary, Eve giving birth to Cain. And there's subtle changes to the positioning of the words, because in the Dead Sea Scrolls, Eve thought Cain was the God-man. And hence the Targums, basically, because of that ancient Hebrew text, they paraphrase it as Eve gave birth to the angel of the Lord, because there's this prophecy given in the prior chapter. In the Masoretic text, that's completely removed because of these connections with Jesus being the God-man. And hence, we have translations with the help of the Lord in place.
Well, yeah, some English modern translations refers to Dead Sea Scrolls as well. For example, the RSV and a new NSRB.
No, not entirely. The only one that's probably used it the most is the ISV, which was published in 2014.
But again, I mean, some of those characters back then, yeah, they theorized that they were previous gods. For example, Samson is a clear example. Samson is a sun god. Samson actually means sun. A lot of these characters in the Old Testament were just basically gods that were demoted to humans.
Here's just a hypothetical question, though. Like honestly, just play with me here. Say what I'm presenting on my screen is indeed correct. As an atheist, how would you respond? Would you go, wow, that's actually an interesting point, that it is uncanny? Or would you say that it's a coincidence? Or like how would you gauge?
Well, I just don't think I think you're just reading stuff into the text that's simply not there.
No, but I'm just saying again, let's play hypothetical. Personally, how would you reflect on it?
Well, for example, you're saying that birds came from the waters.
Yeah, take this as an example, like what I'm presenting.
Well, did birds directly come from the waters?
Over a period of time, yeah. Birds are from the dinosaurs, and dinosaurs are from the oceans.
Over a period of time. I mean, you could take Genesis. You can say in Genesis, oh well, it starts out with somewhat simple creatures, and over time it gets more complex. And at the end, you have humans. Oh, look at that! That kind of matches evolution, right? Where
it does.
It with simple life, and then develops into complex life.
Right, but again, just play with me. Like, how would you personally reflect? And even I can ask this question also to multiple. Is it multiple persons?
Well, again, I think you're just, well, I think
Yeah,
you're
I'm here.
mistranslating certain verses, and also you're ignoring where it doesn't match science. For example, the order in Genesis 1 is day 1 is the sky, earth, and light. All right. Day 2 is the separation of waters with the firmament. Day 3 is plants. Day 4 is the sun, moon, and stars. Now that goes against science right there. You have the sun existing after plants. The plants would require the sun for photosynthesis. Then day 5, you have sea monsters, fish, birds, creepy crawly things. Then day 6, you have the land animals and humans. Now, for birds to come about from the waters, wouldn't the fish have to come out of the waters first onto land, then form wings later? So you go from fish to land animals to birds, but the order of creation,
that's what it says.
One is you have fish, then birds, then land animals. So that's inconsistent.
No. It says waters, then reptiles. So here's the chart I have here from the aquatic environment, the transition into the terrestrial environment, and then from, in this case, an early reptile, you can see the thumb evolving into, in this case, the modern bird swivel. And so, again, Basil says you have two extremes. You have water life and bird, in this case, the bird species. In between would be the reptile.
It doesn't say they're on land. See, you're adding that again. You keep on adding more and more. You keep on reading things into the text.
No. Reptiles are initially water and then become land. And naturally,
but the text doesn't say they came onto land. It doesn't say that. No,
it doesn't need to, because you have a transition from the waters to the air.
It does need to if it's going to follow, evolution.
Well, in this case, but hang on a second. Reptiles encompass all types of birds are reptiles.
Well, we classify them that way. So again, you're reading modern scientific notions into these texts.
And the chronology.
This is known as reader response method, the way you're interpreting the Bible.
I love Floyd because he's seeing my point.
It's called biblical retextualization.
Multiple personality. Here's another. This is a table I made. Here's the conditions of the planet according to Genesis, the first 5 verses. So the point of view is on the surface of this water world. You have the atmospheric layer that's 700 times thicker than the atmosphere we have today. And in this chart, I make the point, notice primordial darkness on Earth's surface, and we know the dating to this in verse 2. There's a primordial global ocean in verse 2. Biotic life is in the oceans soon after. So the evidence I gave to Jade was about 4.1 billion years ago. So very early, verse 2.
I would like to ask, in day 1 and 2 and 3, when does the sun come into all this? When do we have an actual sun?
Okay, natural sun will be, like direct light, would be in day 4. And that's in verse 14 onwards, between verse 14 and 16.
And you're saying that is not in direct conflict with science?
No, because if you have a primordial darkness on the earth where the toxic gas layers are blanketing the sun, no photosynthetic radiation can come through and hence cause photosynthesis to take place. So you need life in the oceans, in biotic life in the early oceans, to then transform the atmosphere sufficient enough so that cryptogamic life can then come about soon after, cause further transformation, so that when the vegetation come about on the landmass, that first, so you have first ocean, then you have transformation of atmosphere that then leads to a water cycle that then immediately leads to landmass
Hold on.
development.
Where does it say there's
Excuse
life
me,
in verse 1 and 2?
excuse me.
Where do you get
Yeah.
that there's life
You got-
mentioned in verse 1 and 2?
Wait.
You've not only gotten life, but now you're kind of implying that the sun was already there before the fourth day, because you're trying to say, well,
Yes,
the
so
sun was there,
because-
but then
because-
there was atmosphere.
right.
It couldn't be seen.
It doesn't say
That-
that.
That
Because
it does not.
the-
That is just.
No.
There's nothing in verse 1-2 that says life existed at that time.
It does.
Where?
The
Can you
word
point out to me,
rahab,
please?
But the word rahab, what is the Spirit doing? It's rahabing over the waters. It's only used twice in the Old Testament. The other time is in Deuteronomy 32, where Moses uses the word to speak about the incubation of Israel from nothing. So, and then Moses, because Moses is paralleling Genesis 1, and he's speaking about an eerie wilderness. This is from verse 7 onwards, where from an eerie wilderness, from pre-existing quote-unquote nations, Israel comes into being, and it's like an eagle hovering over its nest and incubating life and creating life in the nest. And so what the Spirit is doing is it's creating life in the oceans. This is the problem of the origin.
Again, you're adding that. That's a
No,
leap.
I'm not.
That's a total leap right
No.
there.
No, I'm not. Because
That
Ephraim
word
is-
only can mean bring forth biological life. That's the only meaning for that word.
Yeah, because guess what? That same word in the Greek is used in Luke to describe the Spirit's activity over Mary in creating the body of Jesus.
It says
So
the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was moving over the faces of the water. And from that, you get God was creating life in the water at that time.
Yeah.
It's just not there.
Because of that word rahab. You have to look at the word, what that word connotates. And Ephraim, I'm not alone in this. Ephraim the Syrian, another 4th century church father, and I quote,
Rahab was moving, right? Moving.
Yeah, moving, brooding.
Shake, move, flutter.
Yes.
To hover, to grow soft, relax. A primitive word, to brode, by implication, to be relaxed, flutter,
Right.
move, shake.
You want me to quote Ephraim the Syrian to you? He says, the Holy Spirit warmed the waters with a kind of vital warmth, even bringing them to a boil through intense heat in order to make them fertile. The action of a hen is similar. It sits on its eggs, making them fertile through the warmth of incubation. This is, again, a 4th century Christian looking at the text and saying the waters were fertile and life was prolificating through it. Biotic life, very simple life.
Okay, so you're saying life existed on Earth in the waters before the sun came about. So you're saying that,
The
right?
sun's already there in verse 1, because verse 1 is a merism that says...
Where?
In verse 1.
Verse 1 is a summary statement.
Yeah, in the beginning, God creates the universe, and the sun is part of that creative process.
Well, he's saying he's created everything, right? It's not giving any order at that time. Verse 1 just simply says he created everything. In the beginning, God created everything. That's all it's saying. And then he actually goes into details about the order. You might as well say, okay, in verse 1, humans are existed.
But then that's connected to...
Why not say that?
One second.
If you're going to say the sun already existed in verse 1, why can't you say the humans already existed in verse 1?
Yeah, but that's connected to the verb why us, the past tense in verse 14 and 16, where the sun is in connection to it pre-exists the earth in verse 2. So in between verse 1 and 2, you have the sun already there with the stars. And they only appear in verse 14 to 16.
Yeah, it just simply doesn't say it. It simply does not
say that. The verb via us is there.
It doesn't mean that the sun pre-exists. Again, you might as well say that humans already existed. Then why can't you say humans existed then? Why do you say the sun? How does that Hebrew word imply that the sun already existed, but not humans did not exist? What's the difference between the sun and humans for this word to say one existed but the other one did not?
Here you go. This is from, in this case, Gleason Archer, and he's a Hebrew Semitic scholar, only dealing with the
He's an
Hebrew grammar.
evangelical apologist as well.
He's not biased in this sense. This is confirmed by. He's not, because Sale Hammer is an ancient Near Eastern scholar, and even Sale Hammer says the same thing. So he says, verse 16 should not be understood as indicating the creation of the heavenly bodies for the first time on the fourth creative day. It informs us that the sun, moon, stars created on day one, as the source of light, had been placed in their appointed places by God with a view to their eventually functioning as indicators of time. And then he makes the point via us in verse 16 is God had made. And he gives the grammatical point that Hebrew has no.
Okay, so now so he has to rewrite the Bible now. Which changed the wording.
He's laying out the context of the Hebrew. That's it. He's not reinterpreting anything.
Then why don't texts actually say what he wants to interpret?
Well, it does.
It's amazing. You say, okay. Well, which change the
ISV has
around? If we change the text, it makes sense. But yet, no English translation actually uses it that way.
The ISV has God fashioned.
You know, it's amazing that you have to rewrite the Bible to get to mean what you want it to mean.
Not only rewrite it, but you rewrite it, reinterpret it. Then it really says this when it seems to say that. You're stretching the imagination to its outermost limits. And it's interesting because the power of your argument is that the Bible can seem to explain anything. If the order of creation was different, it could or if science as to the order of creation was different, you can interpret the Bible to say, okay, now it fits the new model. There's no limitation to what you're saying the Bible can interpret.
Here's John Salehammer. He says the consideration of the syntax in verse 14, and in the notes, here's the Hebrew notes. When the syntax of verse 14 is compared to that of the creation of the expanse in verse 6, the two verses have a quite different sense. The syntax of verse 6 suggests that when God said, quote, "Let there be an expanse," he was in fact creating an expanse where there was none previously, creation out of nothing. So clearly the author intended to say that God created the expanse on the first day. In verse 14, however, the syntax is different, though the translations are often similar in English. In verse 14, God does not say, "Let there be lights," to separate, as if there were no lights before this command, and afterward the lights were created. Rather, the Hebrew text reads, and quote, "And God said, let the lights in the expanse of the sky separate." In other words, unlike the syntax of verse 6, in verse 14, God's command assumes that the lights were already in the expanse and that in response to his command, they were given a purpose to separate day from night, to mark seasons, days, and years.
So just to be clear, you're saying that the sun was there from the beginning on day one. When God first created, there was a sun.
Right, because of the use of the merism of here's the merism I'm referring to. Let me zoom in.
No. Well, even
did the sun exist at the beginning of the universe?
No, the sun exists 9 billion years later. We know that in science.
Well, that's not the
and
beginning,
you get this
right?
from the text.
So it's wrong. So your theory would be wrong as well there.
Yeah.
No, what's happening is that before you get okay, notice how the ISV translates this. It says, let me zoom in.
Well, hold on.
Here's what the NASB says.
The
NASB is a very conservative and probably the most literal English translation of the Bible.
It's probably the worst translation out there. Especially
it's a conservative translation and considered the most literal.
No, it doesn't match ancient Near Eastern translation principles. It's a very biased translation for the Calvinists.
No, the NIV would fit that, but not the NASB.
NASB.
So God made two great lights. The greater light had to govern the day, and the lesser light to govern the night. He also made he made the stars also. And
look at how
it's pretty much identical to the RSV as well. The RSV
the ISV
is not considered a conservative translation.
Look how the ISV, which is
you have to change "God made two lights" to "God had made two lights." Basically disrupting the order of Genesis 1, which is the peace source, which you know, the peace source has always been this, you know, very this matter of fact, you know, bullet point lists.
Yeah, I would again the Wellhausen hypothesis. I uploaded. Did you see my uploads on that? The rare recording of Archer, where he does a pretty good job in giving a 3-hour lecture on Wellhausen on the Pentateuch, and also Daniel and Isaiah. I recommend you watch it.
Daniel's a 2nd century BCE text.
But I gave you 2 documents, one from McFall about Nehemiah and Jesus and the dating of that, and hence Daniel can only be
it doesn't comport with basically 9:1 at all, which describes 70 weeks of years, so it would be 490 years.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the scholarship that says Daniel is late is wanting. There's a lot of plot holes I can make. That's kind of deviating from the point I'm trying to make here. Notice you have the word when, because the ISV is very careful to take into account a certain vowel that you'll only find explicitly stated in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So let me show you what I'm getting at.
Yeah, in the beginning, God created the universe. Again, they would not have the same concept of the universe that we would. And I mean, the universe? No, I'm sorry, that's a very bad translation.
No, not at all. It's a very good translation. Because
it says a more literal translation would be, in the beginning, the gods created the sky and the dry land, not the universe.
No, not God's plural. That is a horrible translation of Elohim.
Elohim is a plural noun. Do you agree?
It is, but with a singular verb, it is a singular noun.
Yeah, because you know they had to introduce monotheism into it.
I really.
It still doesn't take away that it's a plural noun. It's like, oh, gee, what are we going to do? We have the gods. Oh, yeah, okay. Which use singular verbs to get out of this?
To give you an example,
let's make them in our own image. Our own image. Who
he's talking
are
to
we?
The divine council.
Yeah, it's a divine council. It's a group of gods, both male and female. That's what's going on there.
This is Psalm 82. Yeah, you have God standing in the assembly, in the divine assembly, in the midst of Elohim. You have Elohim in both sense. Standing is singular. He stands. So you can't say that this is you can't say gods standing in the divine council in the midst of the gods. That is a Hebrew linguist would laugh at that translation. You can't just, because yes, this is in the plural. But grammar dictates how this is translated.
Right, and you actually have Elohim translated as angels in one of the verses. I think it's in Psalms.
In the Targums, in the Targums, yes, like in basically Psalm 82 in the Targum is angels. Yeah.
But here's a more literal translation. When Elohim began to shape the heavens, which is the same word for sky, and the dry land.
Yeah, why does he? Okay,
the dry land being then formless and empty, and the darkness of the face of the waters, and the breath of Elohim blowing the waters, Elohim said, "Let there be light."
Yeah, why does it translate it when?
Yeah. When Elohim began to shape
but why
the heavens and the dry land.
Why the translation when?
Because it's explaining when he began shaping the heavens and the dry land. And notice on all of Genesis 1, he never creates the waters. The waters were pre-existing primordial chaos.
Floyd, I've zoomed in on
so basically, like all the other myths at the time, you have a creator god that basically kills the chaos dragon to form.
Yeah, I don't deny that.
yeah, to form order, in the earth.
Yeah. So that would fit my discussion with Joe earlier, that chaos is at the start. But why the translation in this case? What's the difference between when and in the beginning, as most English translations do?
Yeah,
What's the key difference?
I totally agree that when God began to shape, but it both apply. Okay, this is at the beginning. At the beginning of what? Well, it's the beginning of the story as far as humans back then would consider it. When did things start coming about? When God's created the heavens, when God created heavens and earth. That's when we're going to start history from.
No. I'm making the connection with the creation of the sun. So when you have the when translation, what is the creative act of God? If you have, so let me open the JPS translation for you. I think this is it. Yes. Notice the JPS translation. And JPS is a non-Christian. It's Jewish, and I actually like the translation. I think it's really good. When God began to create heaven and earth, and here's the merism, in this case, the universe, then you have verse 2. So this is not an independent clause. This is a dependent clause. Then you have a filler, and then you have the completion of that filler. So when God began to create heaven and earth, the earth being unformed and void, the darkness of the surface of the deep, and a wind from God sweeping over the water, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. So what's the first creative act when you have the word "when" in translation?
Well, the first thing he did was he created light.
Right. So that's when you have the "when" translation. But when you have in the
the sun is not the only source of light in the universe.
No, in the context of the earth.
And there are a lot of stars and a lot of galaxies, even before our sun came about.
Right. So there's
it's not saying anything about stars or suns or stars are there. He said he created light with basically from himself with no.
But notice the
natural source of the source.
Yeah, but is the light here? Is it bara?
Why does that matter?
It matters because bara is used here, create. If the light is created here, then you have a point that the earth exists before the sun.
Well, hold on. If you just read this, it says, when God began to create the heavens and the earth. The earth, okay, so now he's saying there is an earth. It's unformed. What is it? Unformed and
why
void.
is it darkness?
The darkness, hold on, with the darkness over the face of the deep, which I'm assuming is the water, and the wind, God sweeping over the water. That seems like at the absolute beginning, there was an earth. And that he's using now the earth as a center to create all this other stuff around it.
Yeah.
That violates science 100%.
No,
now, even
it doesn't.
Hold on. Even if we're going to say that light came before, if you're going to say, okay, well, light came before the earth, there's no way here the distinction that light had to be the sun, because the sun is actually spoken of specifically later in the text. But you're now saying, well, even though it doesn't reference the sun at all, because we know that the sun was not created at the beginning of the universe. We know the sun was created vastly far from the Big Bang. And on top of that, we also know that this text itself, day 4, after the day-night cycle, you're really just changing everything. You're rewriting the text.
We have to dig this deep into the original language. You're basically saying that our modern English translations and the translators who actually did it, who are PhDs, are incompetent. If you actually have to dig, you actually have to go into the original text and find alternate, meanings. Okay, let me go into concordance. All right, there's 6 meanings for this word. Aha, I'm going to use this one because this one will match my theory, and ignore what the PhD English translators of all the versions we have actually say.
Floyd, again, look at
You're
Psalm
basically
82.
saying the PhDs who wrote our English translations are incompetent boobs.
Floyd, this allow me to respond. So here's the NASB. I'm just going to give you an example. When you go to Psalms, Psalm 82, is this an accurate translation? Because you're saying these guys have PhDs, and they do. God takes a stand in his own congregation. He judges in the midst of the rulers. Is that an accurate translation?
Well, yeah. Well, rulers is Elohim, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But is that an accurate translation? Is Elohim a ruler?
Well, gods are rulers. Yeah.
No, it's not.
I mean, they're obviously masking the idea of gods.
No, what's happening here is you have a deliberate bias against polytheism, because this text,
well, yeah, I agree. Yeah, I
totally polytheism. Agree. And so what they're doing is they're lying to the people in this translation by translating it as rulers, because it is not rulers. The ISV, do you know how the ISV does it? It does it perfectly. Here's the ISV rendering of Psalm 82. God takes a stand in the divine assembly among the divine beings. This can be seen explicitly as polytheism.
Yeah,
and the reason why I'm being quite serious about this is because other scholars who are closer to the ancient Near Eastern tradition are being faithful to the translation, not like the NASB that have a prejudice against people like Mormons, and hence, because if Mormons were to read divine beings, they'd start, ooh, we can't have that. So they have a mistranslation here.
Yeah, I agree. The Old Testament's full of polytheism that modern English translations try to hide. Pull up Psalm 8:5, for example.
Wait, Floyd. You can't then make the point that, oh, look at all these scholars, that they have PhDs, and General Han Solo is saying that they're wrong. Well, actually, in cases, they are wrong. And people like Heiser would agree with me that Heiser's not on the translation committee, but these people do have a bias.
Yeah, you can look at multiple translations and compare. But pull up Psalm 8:5. It uses the word Elohim for angels.
I know.
I actually came across a Christian who actually thinks the angels created the heavens and the earth in Genesis 1. He actually translates Elohim in Genesis 1 as angels.
So you made him. So again, Elohim here can mean divine. And by the way, when Samuel was conjured up by the witch of Endor, she says that I see a god, I see an Elohim coming out. So that means, in an ancient Near Eastern context, Elohim means kind of like what we say today, a ghost or a spirit, meaning a disembodied person, a person not associated with the physical nature of this universe. So Psalm 8 is, and Christians take the Psalm and apply a Christology on it by saying that Jesus has become less than divine in the incarnation. He became fully human. But yeah, the thing I was wanting to get at is the when translation. The ISV is sensitive to this one word at the beginning. See the first letter here? You see the 2 dots? If there was a T-shaped vowel, so kind of like, see this letter over here, this is bara, see the T-shaped vowel there? If this had the T-shaped vowel, this would be in the beginning, as in literally in the beginning. But because of the Masoretic text that has this 2 dots here, that led into a huge debate as to how do we translate Bereshit. Is Bereshit an independent or a dependent? And so the JPS opted for the dependent by saying when, whereas translations like ours, we had an independent reading. But then they include, but the interesting thing is with later scholarship is that it can be read as an independent as long as you include the next clause as a dependent. And hence notice you have in the beginning, God creates the universe when the earth was as yet unformed. So that means there's a period of time between verse 1 and 2. And in that period of time, the sun is already in existence.
I don't see that at all. You're reading that into it. It's not there.
What isn't there?
That the sun existed in verse 1.
No, in between 1 and 2. That's a qual-perfect form.
There's nothing between 1 and 2.
No, it is because of the word when. You have a transition. There's God.
Again, where does it refer to anything? You might as well say everything existed between 1 and 2. Why are you singling out the sun?
Space and matter is in verse 1. So the 4 fundamental laws of nature,
right,
in the Planck epoch, all that comes into being in the beginning, and it's barad, it's ex nihilo.
Yes, you have stuff in the beginning. You have stuff. It doesn't say our sun.
Then no, I'm not making that point. What I'm saying is from that, then you have the earth in this condition. And
right, it's not formed
when you
yet.
look at, and then when you look at verse 14 onwards, as Gleason Archer makes the point, it's not created in these verses. It's sometime in the past, up here somewhere, the sun was already in existence.
It doesn't say that. You keep on asserting that. You keep on asserting it, but it's not in the text.
You're not letting me finish my point. The merism includes the sun and stars in Joel 3. So here's an example of a Hebrew text that phrase means that in the process of time, you already have the sun, moon, stars, whatever the night sky things you see, that's already there.
You jump all the way to Joel,
huh? I'm using proper grammatical exegesis here. I'm not isolating anything out.
Are you just doing this for a linguistic comparison, like how the words are used?
It's pure linguistics here.
Okay, so okay, I don't think this is taking something from one text and reading it into another text.
Now, Dale Hammer is a ancient Near Eastern scholar who would agree with Floyd that the ancient Near Eastern people had, ancient cosmology. But again, he clearly says the phrase, the heavens and the earth, is a figure of speech, merism, for the expression of totality. Its use in the Bible appears to be restricted to the totality of the present world order and is equivalent to all things in Isaiah 44:24 and all that. But notice, particularly important to notice, is that its use elsewhere in Scripture suggests that the phrase includes the sun, moon, as well as the stars.
Quick question.
Okay, in Joel 3, we have like an apocalyptic scene where in verse 15, in 14 it says, multitudes, and the day in the valley of decision, for the day of the Lord is near in the valley of decision. So the wrath of God's going to come. The sun and the moon are darkened, and the suns and the stars withdraw their shining. So we have an apocalyptic imagery of the day of the Lord. The day of the Lord means judgment day, basically.
And for the sun and moons and stars to stop shining, that's thermodynamics.
So could I can I play devil's advocate for a minute?
But no, wait. Notice, heavens and the earth. That phrase is included with these objects in the sky.
Can I play devil's advocate?
These are all non sequiturs.
Oh, I don't think it's a non sequitur, but could I offer another interpretation that might be more suited to the younger creationists? Maybe
I'll go make some tea.
Okay.
By the way, Floyd, I really loved engaging with you.
So
well, it's not about young Earth creation. This is about
reading the text, but
general concordance, interpretation to make the Bible match modern scientific knowledge.
Yeah, and that, yeah, I mean, I'm not sold on that myself. Wouldn't it be, like, for me, I think it would be easier to understand verse 1 and 2, like, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, rather
Yeah, it's
than,
a summary statement.
it's a summary statement, yes.
Yeah.
Like, that couldn't, like, it's saying, in the beginning God created the heaven and earth, and then in verse 2 it would start, the earth was formless and void, and darkness was over the sea. So God is actually starting from that point in perspective.
Right, exactly. Okay, yeah. He offers a summary statement, and then, okay, now let's get started in describing this. That's what's going on there.
The
Gentlemen, if I may.
it would be, although, I mean, it could just, well, to be fair though, this would probably, if it was a summary statement and starts on 2 though, that would actually include more time for the age of the earth, because the earth could start off formless and void, like imagine a desert, and then it can start growing in things. It could start having water and all this other stuff. So this could actually, it would dispel the notion of a creation ex nihilo, which I actually think comes much later in the text. I don't think you get creation ex nihilo in the first verse. And with that, you kind of have God creating from a spot within eternity. That's another possible read. I think this chapter is silent on a creation ex nihilo.
Yeah, the chapter actually presupposes the pre-existing orders. So it says, okay, in the summary statement, in the beginning, God creates heaven and earth. Okay, so let's start how he did that. Okay, in the beginning, there's basically chaos. You know, the earth wasn't formed. You have this basically just a bunch of water with a lot of crap floating around in it. And then God comes on the scene, and he separates the waters. You know, he's basically killing the chaos dragging and splitting it in two to create the heavens and the earth. I mean, and the waters already existed. It doesn't say he created them or not created them. They were just already there.
I would actually agree with that, especially if we're concerned about reading this within the Near Eastern history, because a lot of these cultures actually presume that the universe was created out of chaos. So if we're reading it as a creation story from that perspective, that would be the ideal way. It really is silent on all other matters.
Yeah, it just basically says that in the beginning we had vegetable soup, and God comes along and forms words out of the letters. I mean, that's an analogous view of what's going on here.
I wouldn't say it's, I mean, I wouldn't use that.
Yeah, we have alphabet soup, so we just have, a bunch of, random letters all over the place in your soup, and then God comes along and creates words out of them, creates order.
I think it's more speaking to a primal earth as opposed to, like a formless void. So for example, if we understand Eden in terms of Hebraic context as like an oasis, then, from chaos, like from a formless earth, which is just desert and water, we kind of have this, slice of pie where everything is perfect. I think that's what's more going on. Like the whole chaos thing, I think we think that would be understood more from in the beginning, where everything is going from a chaos. It's like everything is, so they would have understood in the beginning, during the formation of the heavens and earth, that would be out of the chaos, and then you go into the earth itself, and the earth is desert and water, and God is creating an oasis within there. That would be understood as the Garden of Eden, an oasis within desert and seas.
Yeah, but this is what General's doing. There's the word exegesis means critical interpretation of the Bible, and what General's doing, he's using what's called the reader response method. It's how the reader or a community perceive the text. And it could be considered eisegesis, which is an interpretation. It's what's called biblical reconstructualization or reappropriation, which is the text can and should mean whatever a faith community needs it to mean. Whether authorial intent is not the only one that matters. So they're not. So basically, they're not concerned what the original authors meant. Evangelicals even reject this method. Like you hear William Lane Craig reject it. I used a higher critical method, but evangelicals, they I have it in here. I should have it. No, I don't have it in here. They use the historical grammatical method.
Personally, I just reject it.
Yeah, which is to understand what the original authors intended it to mean to the original audience they were writing to.
Personally, yeah, I mean, I would actually reject both views. I think that the Bible is Christological in nature. I go for a Christological viewpoint. Granted, I believe that the Bible is the Word of God as written by man. Now, if you're studying from the Bible from the perspective of these near ancient people, and you don't understand them to be the prophets of old, but you understand this to be a purely naturalized text, I could understand the higher critical approach. But as I understand it, when a Christian is engaging in a Christological understanding of the text, they're trying to understand the person of Christ through the fullness of Scripture. So there's, and how he speaks through the community itself. Now, of course, I know you would reject that presupposition, but I think that comes from a difference in one's own metaphysics, whether you're a naturalist or you are a Christian who reasons himself to believe in the doctrines of the church. I think that's also a critical point. It's how you start off the interpretation. Like,
well, if I could, gentlemen,
can I just
yeah, go ahead. Let's let Lip say word, because he didn't. I don't think he's had much of a chance to speak, and then General, you can come in.
Actually, I'll wait, because I'm kind of learning some of these positions from you guys. My points are basic, but go ahead. So who is that? Sir, somebody was going to talk.
Well, this is from my. It's a talk. I'm probably be using some of the stuff. By the way, Floyd, when would you like to have that discussion, that formal dialogue? Is this going to be next year sometime, like next February? Or...
Well, we're kind of doing it right now. Kind of doing it right now, but yeah, I don't know if you just want to. I mean, if you just want to do a bunch of topics, we're kind of doing it right now. If you want to have a formal one, I guess we need to like really narrow it down to a specific topic. I don't know if you want to do whether the flood was local or worldwide, just focus on that, or if you just want to focus on your concordist viewpoints, we could focus on that. But we're like I said, we're kind of doing that right now.
Yeah, I think because what I would like to do is, I think you wanted to do 3 topics. Well, I mentioned a third one. That's Jesus' birthday. I was thinking, would you like to have, say, for 3 topics, say 20 minutes for each? So I lay out my case for 20 minutes, you lay out your case for 20 minutes for each topic. But we don't do it in one go. We do, I lay out a case for 20 minutes, then you question me for 10 minutes, then you lay out a case for 20 minutes, and I question you for 10 minutes. Then we move to the next one, or something like that, like that structure.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think we could handle. I don't think we could do the 3 topics all in one time. I mean, 20 minutes for one topic, so it's
No,
20, that's 40 minutes right there for opening statements for one topic. I mean, that's. I mean, I would think. Yeah, I mean, if you really want to go in depth with one topic, then your 20 minutes, I think, is a long period. We'd have to just do one topic at a time. But I mean, yeah, I mean that slide you have up there right now, I think is pretty good. Yeah, that's what I was pointing out with William Lane Craig. William Lane Craig rejects concordance view, interpretations of the Bible.
Yeah. And what I would say is William Lane Craig is not an ancient Near Eastern person. John Walton, interestingly, he's speaking about hard concordance here, where he says, I agree with John Walton here, not William Lane Craig. So John Walton says, concordists believe the Bible must be in concord with all the findings of contemporary science. That is not true, because there are statements in the Bible that contradict modern science, like the head covering issue. I don't know if you know my position on that in regards to ancient medical Greek texts.
No, I haven't heard that one.
So I can send you a paper where Paul is using Galen and Aristotle and anyway, those ancient Greek medical texts, that because the Greeks thought of the woman's hair as being a substitute for a testicle. So the question was, why do women have practically no body hair, but instead most of that hair is on her head, whereas a man has full body hair, including testicles. So a woman looks like, one second. So a woman looks like, she looks like a castrated man or a castrated male. This is the terminology they had. So then they would conclude that, oh, the hair acts like a sponge, and therefore in the way nature operates, it has, so a man has testicles that produce the sperm. So that means for the woman, she has hair on her head that will draw up the semen, congeal it into a fetus, and then transfer it down to her stomach. So therefore, the natural thing to do is to cover your hair, because if you uncover the hair, if you're a woman, if you uncover your hair, you're producing, you're showcasing yourself to be naked. It's the equivalent of that thinking. So there's an example of where Paul says women should cover their hairs, because, and then he says, because nature tells you this, and he's taking that from the Greek medical text. So there's an example of where the concordance approach doesn't apply. And that's where John Walton's coming from.
They basically thought women were incubators. They just thought, and then they thought, the reason why they wanted virgins is because, they wanted to make sure that their offspring was their actual biological children, and they didn't understand, like, sperm will die out after 3 or 4 days. But they thought, once you had a seed inside a woman's just basically an oven, an incubator. They didn't understand that it's actually fertilizing an egg. They said, once a person's sperm in there, that whatever comes out could be years later. You have no idea if it's yours or not.
Well, I mean, either that or they wanted it to be preventative. Like, chances are one time, and that's the cutoff point. Although, in terms of women not having body hair, apparently whoever came up with that theory has never met Indian women. It's simply not true.
Well, these are Greek women, obviously, and Greek women have very luscious-looking skin. So, but do you want that paper, Floyd? I think you'll find it quite fascinating.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Well, gentlemen, I just wanted to advance, like, just listening to you guys, I wanted to advance something. When it came to like what you guys were saying about how creation happened, and I'm following the conversation and learning a lot. It's interesting. One of the things that I always thought about, though, I think someone mentioned it when he says, essentially where did light come from? Virtually every time an angel is mentioned, God himself revealed himself to Moses, or any of these encounters. And even in his own words, when he was, incarnate here, he is a source of light himself. Righteousness is a source of light. So, like, that's how I always, just as a regular person, whenever I read it, that's how I thought about it.
Can you turn up your mic? You're very, can barely hear you.
I didn't even hear anything he said. But Floyd, the link is in the side chat.
Yeah, I'm downloading it now. Thanks.
Bad headphones.
He's maxed, so I can't max him anymore.
Yeah, I maxed him, and he was still.
Is that any better?
Yeah, that's much better. Yeah.
So headphones. I use this thing for everything. I'm on my phone. I use it for everything. So one of the things that I thought about, even people who are, intensely, faithful, even religious, because I happen to believe there's a difference. But even people like this, but they still have an intellectual curiosity for the type of things you're talking about.
there's always going to be one caveat. Even with the intellectual curiosity, if they know the word or believe in the word within their heart, there's always going to be the reminder of what the word says, that so as the heavens are above the earth, so are God's ways above the ways of man. This clearly includes understanding, rationale, however you want to interpret it. That's always going to be at play. So, and I'm pretty sure the Bible even said at one point how there are certain mysteries which God intentionally did not reveal to mankind. So, you know what I mean? Like, I think it'll be kind of hard to rationalize everything or make everything mesh with our scientific understanding going forward. That makes sense.
And one thing to add to that, what if our current science is wrong? Are we then going to comport the Bible again with the science? Because then it would seem to, then Scripture just comes across as being this very malleable thing.
Well, I think that's going to be objective, because for those who truly believe, as I do, and as many do, that the Bible is the Word of God, then at a certain point, we have sort of like an off switch. Like you're willing to accept whatever, including things that you may or may not understand, and you don't understand them. However, once you're presented with like a personal challenge as to where your faith stops, the people that really have faith and really consider eternity and things like that, even understanding certain things, you have an off switch that says, okay, so I don't get it, but I'll always side with where I think my soul is going to spend eternity rather than what I understand for the next, whatever time you got left on earth. That's always going to be a problem. But that doesn't mean it, I guess that doesn't mean you can't have a conversation about things.
No,
Guys,
I mean,
you're really silent. I must have dumbfounded you guys with utter stupidity to the point you're silent.
I was just gonna.
Sorry, what do you say? I wasn't paying attention. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, I was actually going to say, I think it's a fair discussion about how we should understand the Bible as what it is. I mean, I would also say that the Bible is the Word of God. I said earlier, I believe the Bible is the Word of God spoken through man, and if we want to understand how man understood their own words, then yeah, a higher critical method. If we want to understand how God is using men to speak through to them in the person of Jesus Christ, then that requires a Christological approach, which the church as authority should take.
Well, even so, like I don't, sorry, but I don't really. So we were raised Catholic and emancipated ourselves as, I lean Catholic, but you look at the Vatican much like how you look at Washington, D.C. You damn sure don't ascribe to everything that comes out of there, but is the seat of, your government or whatever. So the church has its place, but it's not on par or anything nearly above the Word of God as far as I'm concerned. Regardless of what your priest says, anybody. There's a.
Oh, I just want to clear something up. You're equivocating what I'm saying by church, and you're equivocating it purely with the ecclesiastes. The ecclesiastes would be the officials within the church. These would be the priests, bishops, and deacons. Priest, presbyter.
I can't really hear you, man.
Oh, can you hear me now? Test.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
You can be, yes.
You sound fine, Max.
Oh, okay. I think you might have to fix your.
Is it just me, or does everybody hear it sounds like a computer, like
Yeah, it's just you.
Yeah, I hear Max clearly.
Everyone else is fine.
I did not.
Fuck. Yeah, try to rejoin.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because what he seemed to be saying is that he has this belief that can't be shaken, and at that point, no amount of evidence or rationality will ever convince someone who's in that state that this may not be true or that there may be another way of thinking. And just to believe it by faith alone, how do you overcome that belief system. Because if you just say, hey, no matter what evidence you presented, I just believe it on faith, then you can't really have a rational conversation, because they're going to believe what they believe no matter what.
So there are two ways to respond to that. The way I would respond to it is to claim that faith is another way of understanding. In fact, theology is faith seeking understanding. You start with the belief, and then you seek to understand the world around you and seek your faith through that. So when it comes
is
to
that Aquinas, did Aquinas say that?
No, Saint Augustine.
Oh, Augustine. I thought what did Aquinas say?
No, Aquinas.
In his in the thing where we got the ontological argument from.
You're thinking of Saint Anselm and the Proslogian.
Oh, Anselm. Yeah, well, I think
So
Anselm,
actually got that from Augustine, and Augustine read it from the Septuagint translation of the Bible, and it said, "Unless you believe, you shall not know." That's actually mistranslated, but Augustine took that and phrased his whole theology on that. First, we are endowed with faith, but when we try to understand our faith, that is faith seeking understanding, because first you have to believe and then you shall come to know. In any case, Anselm took it, and that's kind of the cornerstone of theology. And if there's another form of knowing, which is a true way of knowing the world around you, and this comes to plenty of other methodologies, then what we want to seek to do is either concord our beliefs through that new way of understanding, because you accumulate knowledge. That's one method. Second, if they seem in contradiction, then there might be a way to harmonize the two. The third thing is that thing might be false, and in that case, you should challenge it. You should make arguments for why that might not be the case, and whatever you do, those things either have to cohere, or that new bit has to get out of the way. And if you can do that and we strive to do that in a way that is rational and something which concords to reason. We can't just throw our arms in the air and say, well, they're both true despite any contradiction, because truth can't contradict truth. And if it can't be done, if we constantly find ourselves bashing our heads against the wall, then it's going to be a really hard faith to keep up. But fortunately, the church has stuck through plenty of scientific and political changes in 2,000 years. And frankly, the church has been an intellectual pillar of the West. If anyone wants to look at how the church has helped Western civilization, there's a great 12-part series by Tom Woods, and he actually goes through some of the myths stapled at the Catholic Church, mostly stuff like Galileo. And he actually shows how the church brought forth things like natural law, human rights, and the modern scientific approach, and how they.
Well, I agree. To be honest with you, I agree 100%. I believe without the church, like you're saying, from Galileo to Isaac Newton to all these pillars of scientific knowledge, that we would not have it. The church has been instrumental, but I believe the conversation that we're trying to have is the difference between more or less beliefs and knowledge. I believe, for instance, I like to use this saying, I believe everything I know, but I don't know everything I believe. And I think that's where now you're starting to get this break between science and religion, because religion is a belief system where I think science is a system that's trying to advance knowledge. And a lot of people conflate the two, and I think that's where the issues come when you're talking about science versus religion.
It's like
but even
could somebody please broadcast lived it before we move on to discussing, because people in the audience might just think that
Everybody has mods.
I have mods, but I can't project people for some reason. It doesn't work for me.
Yeah, Slim Jim, Floyd.
I didn't understand just now. You guys, the audio is fucked up again?
No,
You're okay now. You're okay now.
If you
You
can,
just
say what you just said
broadcasted.
before. Say what you just said before, because I don't think everybody in the audience heard what you said.
For me, I don't see a distinction between the faith and knowledge. To me, the God that is of the Bible, provided that it's all true, I personally happen to believe that it is. He states that not only you're mortal, but your immortal life is in jeopardy. So I don't think that a God that is saying these type of things, and this is God, not a man, I don't think, one of the titles of the many is God Almighty. We say it like a joke, but there's no living soul that would think it's a joke if they die and face it. I didn't say that, but that's my take. I don't see a distinction between my faith and knowledge that I acquire and that which I don't know, which is why I open up my mind.
Well, if I can respond to that, what I would say is faith inherently is a belief claim. You're not saying you know it. You're saying that's the reason why you have to have faith. There are even claims that you made just then, for instance, about an immortal soul and all these things. These are things that we inherently believe, and I think most Christians and most people who are religious believe these things, but don't know it for but don't know this for certainty. Now we can.
To be honest with you, I think a lot claim it, and I happen to be one of those. But I don't even think I truly understand the gravity of what I'm saying. I do have faith in.
Dude,
Now,
And I
don't get me
don't
wrong.
think I ever will, including
I
up
give
to
it
the
an
second before I die.
To give an analogy, it's kind of like being presented answers before a test. You know the questions, you know the answer, but you don't know how but you don't know how, but what you don't know is how to derive the answer from the question itself. This is a process only God knows in Himself. Now, some of these answers you could come to by yourself; others you probably could never reach.
Like I couldn't have said it better. Like that is the most refined way to try to say what I was babbling about.
Yeah,
it's me.
But the reason my objection to it would be the fact that we believe something doesn't mean that it's actually true. Just because someone says something that's fantastic doesn't mean that it's true. For instance, and I hate to use this analogy, but even with biblical claims and claims of the supernatural within the Bible, claims of actually a soul, you can have people who can claim to see space aliens today that you can virtually see and talk to, and who will make that knowledge claim, but yet we still don't believe. And what I'm trying to parse in our conversation is that faith is inherently a belief claim. If you knew it for a fact, if you had evidence to believe it, then you wouldn't need faith. Faith is the reliance of a claim of belief.
All right. So
I don't know. Like to be clear about that, because I don't want to seem unreasonable or irrational. To be clear about that, the reason why I don't ascribe to that is this. Again, many of us say, and many people may say, they believe in anything. You know what I'm saying? But truth is in the mix. Like you see what they believe in as time goes on through observation. But when specifically faith is mentioned, because it is true, the religious orders, whether you're Catholic, Pentecost, whatever it is, you belong to anything, any religion. These are belief systems. Those are institutions. And to be clear, within the same Bible that they all claim and that we all claim we believe in, one of the few times he expressed hate and actually said it is he specifically said, quote, I hate religion. Now, this is God Almighty talking. He's talking about the political mumbo jumbo and that belief system. The faith, however, this is not, it's something much deeper than a mere belief. And it's one of the few things since it's so important from Genesis to Revelation, it is actually defined. Like it's, they actually codified it, like within the Bible itself. And specifically, Hebrew 11, it speaks to it. The substance is one of the few things my grandfather imparted on me, I remember. It literally defines what faith is. The substance. And we all know scientifically, no matter what your background, mine is not scientific, I just have an interest. But when you hear substance, you know what they're talking about. I know it's synonymous, but we know when someone says substance. And it says faith is the substance of things unseen.
When to give that claim additional foundation, so the Christian position.
Not all beliefs have faith, is I guess the point.
Exactly, and it becomes a little clearer once you understand what faith is in the original Koine Greek. I mean, pistos, which comes from the word trust. You could have a trust in a rational authority, and you could also have a trust in an irrational authority. You could trust someone who has authority to speak on certain matters. Let's say, I don't know what the millionth digit of pi is, but I have a friend who's a mathematician, and all it takes is 3 minutes to figure it out for him. Now, when it comes to just your next door neighbor who works as a car mechanic, chances are while he might know the answer, maybe he's somewhat of a secret prodigy, he doesn't really have the authorial power to speak on the matter as strongly or in a way that's as trustworthy as your mathematician friend. So that's another way to capture it out. And when it comes to understanding the Christian worldview, it shouldn't be understood like as in belief comparison, like one belief to one belief. Rather, Christians incorporate a lot of metaphysical presuppositions when it comes to their viewpoint. We have a whole presupposition on ethics, on metaphysics, on epistemology, on how we know things. It's Christianity and all these different sects really have a variant in philosophical presupposition. Now, when it comes to that, we juxtapose it to what we'll call a naturalistic worldview, and whether you accept this tentatively, you're an instrumental naturalist. You just approach the world as if everything just was nature, or it in fact is nature. That's metaphysical naturalism. That's another viewpoint because there are going to be some things you might reject. So one kind of thing, for example, is ultimate justice. Ultimate justice, in the viewpoint of philosophers like Immanuel Kant, was important for ethics, because if there wasn't some ultimate repercussion for what you've done, then ultimately why should you not do it as opposed to doing it? It seems like a necessary ingredient for something to be rational, because in order for something to be knowledgeable, there has to be some kind of practical tie in the world itself. So now, whether or not one wants to say that's necessary for ethics is a debatable issue. But precisely because it's a debatable issue, this is why we can have rational people on both sides arguing for and against the Christian worldview. So I like to treat it as in a comparative sense. I like to treat it as my viewpoint up against your viewpoint. We might, rather than testing it belief by belief, because it's a way of seeing and analyzing the world as opposed to, just a list of propositions.
Well, one thing I want to say is one of my arguments seem to have been taken in the wrong sense, in the terms of I believe you said that not all not all faith or not all beliefs inquire faith. I agree with that, because I believe that knowledge is a subset of belief, and like I said earlier, everything that you know, you inherently have to believe. There's nothing that you know that you don't believe. That doesn't make any sense. But in the reverse, there are things that you believe that you don't know. And I believe in that small category of things that you believe but that you don't know for sure. Faith is where you would put that description of what you're of that particular instance. Now, in the instance of pi that you were talking about, pi, well, even forget about pi. I think philosophy is grounded in this fundamental truth, is that we really can't know anything to be certain. It's the problem with hard solipsism, that
I actually disagree with that.
because, well, if the brain in the vat and hard solipsism, it's one of those things that we can argue all day, but that problem just has not been solved in philosophy. And people can, if you put two philosophers in a room, they can argue the fact that how do you know you're in the room? Because everything we experience is through our senses, through chemical reactions. And I really can't definitively say that I'm not tied down in a bed right now in a mental institution talking to myself, but I believe that I'm not. But I'm not going to the philosophical viewpoint. What I'm just saying, in general, in the world that we live in the day-to-day operation that we have to deal with,
I think
the beliefs that we hold that aren't validated through evidence are faith-based beliefs. And I think to try to not to try to change that is the issue when it comes to religious beliefs. Religious beliefs are inherently faith-based beliefs. And I think when you're talking about something like science, these are evidence-based beliefs. But now if you're trying to retrograde the argument all the way back to philosophy, then we cannot really know anything. And then we're talking about Darwin's deities argument or presuppositional argument, which is just a rabbit hole.
Sometimes it's a gamble too. Like, I agree with everything you said, but sometimes it's just making a smart move. It's like, what's the consequences for going in the other directions? What's the consequences if it's correct, if it's partially true? And it's just, you cannot have faith. You can just say, hey, put your money in the right place. Don't be a fool.
Those are called, that's actually what we call practical reason. When you want to dismiss. So in response to, I took an epistemology class. In response to, the problem of hard solipsism and the brain and vat problem, my response is, look, whenever I approach a new belief or a new idea, or generally people in total, we actually take on board a specific epistemic virtue of prudence or prudentiality. When it comes to, if someone introduced this idea to me of solipsism or upbringing that, I would say, look, I might not have as much reason to believe in one over another if I accept these as both new claims, but I'm going to be prudent and remain faithful to the idea that's kind of gotten me through life pretty strongly. And I think, given that we shouldn't just change our beliefs willy-nilly, and validating prudence in these other areas to keep that consistent, I'm going to apply it here as well. So anyone introducing solipsism to me or a brain and vat experiment has a greater burden of proof than just saying they're on par with one another. They'd actually have to put forward an argument that shows they have greater reason for their beliefs than my own. So that's how I would respond there. But the kind of knowledge you're using in these instances is called practical knowledge. These are beliefs we take on board for practical reasons. And now I think that, and going back to Immanuel Kant, he actually argued for God's existence from ethics on the basis of practical reason. He said, look, ultimate justice, unless we believe it's something that's going to be done, why are we even doing this whole ethics enterprise? And ethics as an enterprise is something that we're not going to give up on. It's something that's needed for law, for day-to-day communication and action. There's a lot it depends upon. So practically, we should believe in some kind of grounding for ultimate justice, and we call that God. One could understand reasoning in the more Cartesian sense of trying to, start off from the concept in your mind and then getting to the external world. But at that point, it's a much harder project. It's one I've taken on. I think that approaching philosophy from that point is a very ambitious move, and it's one worth taking aboard if you can. But I don't think it's the only game in town. and I think you can be perfectly rational in believing things for more prudential reasons as well. So
actually, it's actually hard to disagree with everything you're saying, because you made a very good point. But I do want to respond to the hard solipsism point that you made, in the sense that I agree that generally, if you're making a claim, you have to present evidence to validate your claim. But I believe the solipsism claim is one of saying that this is just something that we can't prove is not to be true. It's kind of, and it's similar to a God claim too, something that you can't really prove that is not true. So then you know, we're talking about maybe the null hypothesis and trying to, like what you spoke to before, trying to reasonably work through the world. But I would say this: the way we, all of us, experience the world. There's an example that a philosophy professor gave us one time, to kind of illustrate the point of why solipsism is something that philosophers struggle with. And he was saying, and the point was, the example he gave was trying to explain the color red to someone who was blind. Now, obviously, the color, you can explain the color red because you can say, well, it's a particular wavelength within the electromagnetic spectrum, blah, 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 blah. But if you try to describe the color red to someone who has not seen red since birth, how would you go about that? It's almost an impossibility. That doesn't mean that red doesn't exist. That doesn't even mean that a blind person can't believe that it's red, but he could really truly never know that red exists. And that's the claim. I am not saying that. My claim has never been that there is no God, or that religion can't be true. But it is just one of those things where it can be true, and it does affect our lives. It affects all of our lives. But from my position now, with the tools that I have available to me, I can never validate that claim. And just like when you're talking about solipsism, that now you have to prove that I would have to prove that I was a brain in that virtually, I would say the person who's trying to provide that this religious experience is true would have to provide evidence to me that that's true in the same way.
So, all right. So the first thing to respond to is, how to explain red to someone who doesn't see it, in terms of not validating or not being able to validate it. I would agree that knowledge of that becomes nigh impossible if you accept that the only true forms of knowledge are of an empirical variety. Empirical meaning that at least someone who is reliable can present it, make a case for it, argue for it, using some kind of sensory evidence. If that's what one means by knowledge, then yeah, I agree. There's no way of getting around it. But I don't subscribe to empiricism. I think there are other forms of knowledge that can be acceptable via practicality, prudential reasons like epistemic virtues and stuff. I think there are even things that are true that you can know a priori just by reflecting upon something nature without going into the world. And again, when I was just discussing solipsism, I think when you have a belief that has served you practically, so for example, when it comes to hard solipsism, I've gone through life without being a hard solipsist. I've acted as if agents outside of me were real beings with minds of their own. And I've acted as reality being as completely independent from my mind, or the universe as being this entity external to me and different from my mind. If someone wants me to give it up, they're going to have to provide greater evidence to sway me from any of its practical purposes or uses, for the reason of prudence. If two ideas are just as viable and I don't know which one is which, I'm going to go with the more practical one. It's never going to be just 50-50, everything's underdetermined. It's not going to be like a coin flip where it could be either or. It's going to be more akin to, me trusting somebody as a colorblind person, knowing that there's a community of believers and seers who can verify this for me. And if someone wants me to distrust them, then they're going to have to give me a great then they're going to have to give me a greater reason for that distrust, which outweighs all the prudential reasons of me trusting this community, So that's more what I'm getting at. And when it comes to this religious belief stuff, I think we could both. I think maybe we could come to a compromise position where, you know, because I was raised with this and I have religious experiences, and there's a whole community which seems to have it, and there's also another community which rejects it, which seems to have good arguments for their position as well, which don't have these experiences. We could actually say that while the other group isn't right, they're rationally warranted. Like, just because you're an atheist doesn't mean you're irrational, and just because I'm a Christian doesn't mean I'm irrational, and just because there's a Muslim doesn't mean that person's irrational. It's only when they come to such ridiculous beliefs that it seems really easy to disprove. I think someone who has a religious belief where genocide is advocated goes so much against their ethical knowledge that we probably should deem people in that group irrational.
Well, I just want to say to what you just said, I definitely agree. I believe you can be Christian, Hindu, whatever, and be totally rationally, and maybe even like people who have personal experiences with, you know, Paul, his Damascus conversion. That's a personal experience that he had that would probably convince me that God exists if I had that same particular experience. So I cannot say that all Christians are irrational. I think that would be a statement in poor taste. But I can say when presented with evidence or asking someone to prove their belief or their claim, that I think is when you can start saying maybe the reasons why they believe may be irrational, but we're talking about a cultural phenomenon, something where, you know, I was brought up in a Christian home, everyone else believes. There's a herd mentality to this thing also, and I think even when you do have people who try to disconnect themselves from the matrix, unfortunately, it's harder to go against the grain, because you can't do, there's a lot of things that you can't do, from jobs to politics to, if you say you don't believe in this particular claim. So the stress, the social construct to believe is so great, I think, or whether this belief is a rational claim kind of falls to the wayside when you're talking about the world that we live in today.
Well, I mean, all right, so just to work backwards, if you go by country to country, there's also a disposition for the populace to believe in the political ideology and government structure of the country. So there are theocrats in Saudi Arabia. There are people who promote democracy in the West. There are people who seem to like communist regimes in their own country, although maybe that one's more disputable, considering that what they say on the survey is a bit different than what they probably say without it. But we tend to see these parallels on the cultural level as well. And the same thing for our color experience. There are tribes in Africa who don't even experience the difference between green and blue, for example. Now, I wouldn't say that's sufficient enough to warrant it as purely a cultural construction. But what I would say is there are circumstances where beliefs become easier to people than others. And just to dismiss that purely on the basis of origin would just be a genetic fallacy. And if it's more of an inductive approach, like, well, if things are so culturally relatable, then on an inductive basis, we have more reason to dismiss it. Well, then at that point, you might want to look at how formidable the religion is on its own and compare it, because inductive arguments don't tend to be as stable as more deductive ones. Any other points to bring up? So when it comes to you, for example, or treating somebody else as rationally warranted, it just means that just believing in that belief doesn't make them irrational. They could be warranted, but wrong. So I don't think people who believe that the Earth was in the center of the universe in the 10th century were wrong. I mean, it looked like it was, the Earth didn't look like it moved. It looked like everything moved around it. And the system at the time did actually make predictions. Like with not Euclidean, with Ptolemaic astronomy, you could actually sail, and they did sail in Columbus's time from Europe to North America, just on that basis alone. So I think, so that's what I'm more arguing for, that it's not.
You've seen the circle back to my point that that you're a victim, almost a victim of circumstance. The technology that they had back then led anyone to reasonably believe, rationally, that the Earth was flat. Is different than the evidence in the inputs that we have today through science and through.
That was
And
in
it
the
seems like
that was in the center of the universe, not that it was flat.
you specifically use the example of the navigation back in before through astronomy, when the sailors,
Right.
using the North Star and those type of things. But they were victims of circumstance. The technology they had at that point led them to certain conclusions that 99% of scientists back then would have said, yes, this is true. This is the way it is. And there was a small minority that agreed that the world was round. I think the early Greeks had actually presented models that it could be round, but it's just that your everyday experience and your sensory input would lead you to believe. And I wouldn't say those people were irrational. I just would say that they just didn't have as much information as we have today. And even today, you still have people with the information and the knowledge we know now who still believe the Earth is flat. I would say that now is an irrational belief based on the evidence that we have now.
And the way they present history to us is wrong too, because all we hear of is certain parts of history where they were holding to this steadfast truth: the world is flat. But yet, thousands of years before those very civilizations, we have etched stone where Persia was, modern day Iran, and Iraq, that show that they knew the world was round. We have an ancient text which, 2 or 3 major faiths they're ascribing to, which clearly states that the world was round. And yet all we discuss today, because this is what's taught to us, that everybody back then, they were all off their rocker. They thought everything was flat and they went on what they see. We know that's not true. The people who teach us this know that's not true.
Yeah, and I think we could all agree that it was rationally
Ancient man
understandable.
knew the world was round.
Right. And I think
I just disagree with that statement. Ancient man didn't know the world was round. I think that was a minority position, a very, very strong. Let's not forget, people were killed by the church for espousing that belief. This was
no, they weren't.
Well, here's where we kind of get into the weeds, because, again, the church, this is why I've always advocated, and you start looking.
Just to correct a historical point, that was actually not true. The church has never killed anyone for espousing the belief that the world was flat, the belief that the world was round.
What he just said is what I was like. That's another, I guess, a sentiment that comes out of the way we're educated.
Mm-hmm.
The church did a great deal of evil things, and again, this is why I relate to the Vatican, much like how many of us relate to DC. Still love our country, but we understand what's going on. However, this is distinct and different from the faith itself. The church was hijacked almost immediately, almost from its inception. In fact, even in those who ascribe to religious texts exclusively, even they know and cannot deny. I mean, who set up, had a conspiracy against, and ultimately had him delivered to be crucified? It was the quote-unquote holy rollers. Like, evil has always been in the seat of power. Always. So, the things that the church did in the Middle Ages and before and afterwards and even currently, I'm not at all surprised. Are you surprised as sleazy politicians?
The church the church claims to be infallible, not impeccable. That's generally how I summarize
it. The church doesn't represent, right.
Well, the church,
your faith.
Actually, the church is I believe it's Timothy 3:15. The church is actually considered to be the foundation and pillar of truth. But it's not the pillar and foundation of goodness.
But what it describes there, it's talking about the church in terms of exactly what it says the church is. No interpretations, nothing. It's clearly spelled out. The church, as in the body of believers. Period.
Does it say that in Timothy?
It says that. No, it says that throughout the New Testament. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you could take the phrase, the body of Christ, body of believers,
It's
and just
actually
put a Google
God's.
search.
Actually, the word that's translated in is God's house, which is the church. If I am delayed, you will know how people ought to conduct themselves in God's household, which is the church of the living God, the pillar and foundation of faith. It seems to be speaking about it in an institutional sense.
When it says the body of believers,
It doesn't say.
I am certain that the
It doesn't
bodies
say body. It doesn't say body. It says household of God and the church, and it's claiming that it is the church of the living God, a pillar and buttress of truth.
You're talking specifically of the verse and chapter in which you speak, correct?
Let's see. Okay, I can.
Like no, I'm saying like where you're reading that from. Was that specifically of like Timothy, what you were talking about?
Timothy 3:15. That's what I was reading, and that one was from the.
That's what you were reading.
Yeah, and that one.
I'm not reading it. Like I don't know. I'm taking you at your word.
Okay. It says, "I hope to come to you soon, but I am writing these to you so that if I am delayed, you may know how one ought to behave in the house of God, which is the church of the living God, a pillar and buttress of truth. Great indeed, we confess, is the mystery of godliness. He was manifested in the flesh, vindicated by the Spirit, seen by angels, proclaimed among the nations, believed on in the world, and taken up into glory." In fact, there seems to be a distinction made between the church as an institution, and as a thing, as a pillar of truth, and as a household, and the believers themselves, because he's addressing believers, but he's speaking about the church in a corporate sense.
You kind of lost me.
Oh, okay. So you know how there's a distinction between a corporation.
Maybe to make it clear to me, like so I can be clear about my point. My point was, as far as institutions go, setting up official institutions, that these things created by us, yes, but what the Bible actually states is that it's the true believers in Christ, which he considers the body of Christ. It's the body of believers. That's the church that he says is like the bride. Like it doesn't say literally his bride. I mean, it says it, but it doesn't mean you to say like, oh, there's some 50-foot tall woman or something. It's Christ's bride. No, it's saying the body of believers, which those who truly have faith in him.
Okay, so let me. All right, so I'll kind of clear up the distinction.
But that's a very important point because
okay, I understand your point, but and your point is
without that, people would get upset when they hear about the history of the actual institution of the church.
Okay,
like, what? How could God be this? No. It's a distinction.
I hear your point. Your point is that whenever the church is referred to, it's just referring to the aggregate of believers, those who are truly saved through the salvation of Christ. So I hear that. Now, what I'm saying is the church is a corporate entity. It's not just a nominal one. By nominal, I just mean every individual believer. I mean the group is an entity unto itself, just like the corporation is in an American legal system. So a CEO is a person. However, when it comes to a company, that's a legal entity and is tried and treated as such within the system. The CEO can't be sued directly. Usually, what happens is when there's misconduct through the corporation, the corporation as a whole is sued.
Yeah, I understand perfect.
Okay, so when I'm reading this verse, when it says, "If I delay, you may know how one ought to behave in the household of God, which is the church of the living God, a pillar and buttress of truth," I see when he speaks about the house of God and the church of the living God, I see that as a corporate entity, and the believers addressed are individual entities. So imagine a CEO sending the same statement to a board of trustees. So so he says, "I hope to come to you, the trustees, soon, but I am writing these things to you, the trustees, so that if I am delayed, you may know how one ought to behave when you're acting within the corporation, which is the foundation of all our prophet. Just replace prophet with buttress and pillar of faith, and so on and so forth. And I think that's a reading which highlights the meaning of the text. I don't see when it speaks of believers, I don't think it speaks of, when it speaks of the church, I don't believe that it's speaking of the church as individuals, like a collective of every single individual believer. I think it's speaking as a conglomerate of believers that are in communion with Christ.
These are one and the same. Like this is like a bit of a, it sounds like a philosophical type argument, perhaps, or consideration.
You know what confuses this argument sometimes is the fact that
essentially what it is, and it clearly states, this is why whenever it says what, two or more or something like that, whenever two people who believe or something like that, in the midst of them, there he is also. He was speaking directly to a place, whichever place he was talking to in the ancient lands. He was talking to the church in that area, body of believers in that area. But yet these words are written down because they apply to any body of believers, which is why they're in the text. I mean, I don't see, like, your point, it seems valid. Like, I don't see where it seems fluid to me. Like, it seems like it's saying the same thing. Or it seems like you're saying the same thing that he was saying.
So just to say it's a philosophical distinction doesn't mean. So just to say
philosophical meaning not in any type of derogatory way. Philosophical meaning like how someone said earlier, two guys could be in a room, and if they want to have a philosophical decision or philosophical discussion, they could make a series of decisions about whether they are or not in that room. That's what I meant by philosophical. I think this is rather practical. What the text says and what you're extrapolating from that, like it seems pretty fluid to me. It just, I mean, to me it seems that way. Like, I don't know. Like maybe you see a distinction. I don't.
All right. So if I were to say that you are, so pro-choicers usually like to derogatorize the fetus by saying that it's just a collection of cells. Well, we're all collections of cells. That's a meaningless statement. It's not what we are in terms of our individual.
Sorry, I got lost. Right. I got lost. Sorry. You said
okay. Yeah, I'm drawing an analogy.
Like abortion thing?
Yeah, I'm drawing an analogy here. Pro-choicers, you hear some of them say that, oh, the fetus is just a group of cells. But really, we're all a group of cells, no matter how big or small you get. That's just narrowing it. That's just breaking things down into their individual components. Really, what we should look at is what we are as a whole. So when I'm drawing the distinction, I'm saying, while the church is made up of believers, it is a corporate entity. It is something which has properties and capacities as a whole that it doesn't have individually. So, for example, when Jesus says, when two or more gather in my name, what he's saying is, look, when there are two or more gathered in my name, you two are in communion with each other. You two are now a church. You two are now part of the church, or the way I'm shining forth. And you have this property of me being among you that you don't have on your own as individuals. Likewise, when a group of cells gather together, when a group of cells is brought together and shaped as a human being, that is a human being. While it's in the womb.
Well, can I?
It sounds fluid. Like, I agree with you, and I think I don't see any sticking point between what you're advancing and what the text says.
Well, hold on. One thing I think, hopefully to clear this up, I think if you go back to the corporation example, I think when you go back to the corporation example, a corporation has a quorum. Without a certain amount of people, the corporation cannot act. And I think that's what happens kind of with the whole, if you have two or more, is that's kind of like the quorum requirement in a corporation. You need to have, this is the minimum amount of people you have before we can even act to do things. And that's what creates, I think, like
in a corporate,
that gentleman was saying,
speaking about legally, what you speak about legally, that applies. However, that does
No,
not
no, I was
to what the text says.
I was just using that as an example of, you know,
That's why I agree 100%. When you look at the law, when you look at business law, even minor finance law, like, you know, little things within a business, like whether the CFO did this, that, and the other. Look, what you just said applies, because they will say you either have someone fill these slots or these duties will be taken on by the same person over and over. Whatever, I agree with you. Someone has to do that. However, that's for here on this plane in dealing with things like an LLC or something. What the text is talking about, what that ancient text is talking about, and when he says whenever two or more, there's no requirement whatsoever. It's just acknowledging a fact. Like, it does not mean that, hey, you know, it's got to be at least two believers together or any of the powers of heaven to work. This would negate the fact that he says, I never leave. No one.
You know, it's interesting.
So,
I can see both these points because I know in the Bible it does say how the body is the temple, and then on the other end it does say there's two or more in the midst. So I think it's interesting because when you're talking about the Bible in this text, you can take, you know, one side of each position, and both can actually be correct. That's why it's very hard to parse
have
out
understanding. Like, there's a certain understanding that I don't think is beyond anyone. And the reason why I don't think that any of that knowledge is beyond anyone is because if it's all true, this is what the God of the universe said. And one of the things that he made very, very clear, abundantly clear, is he makes his knowledge simple, for the babes. The greatest problem, what actually led to the execution, was these stiff-necked, arrogant, overly intellectualized types that were, you know, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, the ones he called, you den of vipers. Everybody, I believe, when they look at it, they could tell, just like how you know when you're wrestling with someone, whether they know it or not, we also know whether we're wrestling within ourselves. And while we're here with each other, you know, we can go back and forth, and, you know, at times you can overlook things or hide certain things about intent or whatever. But the bottom line is, if it's all true, when we're 10 toes up, if it's all true, then as the last breath leaves your body, you instantly, not no 1,000 years later, no sleeping and then waking up, no, immediately you find yourself somewhere else. Then if that's the case, then everybody, you know, we're all on path to find out the truth anyway. Everyone.
You know, I don't want to derail this kind of, actually, I'll say this is actually a very interesting conversation. I've actually learned a lot. It's interesting. True empiricism has a hangout going on now trying to defend intelligent design. I think Dr. Hugh Ross really.
Yeah, he said he watched it and he was listening and he was like, well, Dr. Hugh Ross is promoting everything I've said. Actually, no, Ronnie. Matter of fact, he wants to distance himself from ideas like you. Seriously, he wants to distance himself from ideas like you. He even said, he doesn't like the intelligent design, like the Discovery Institute. That's not what they're going for. And then when he's talking about, them saying God, Ronnie literally just said, well, I don't agree with him on that. Intelligent design should be like anything. And they don't have the same type of intelligent design. And I've said before that there are different viewpoints on intelligent design. And he's trying to basically say that Rana was promoting everything he was, and not really. And even still, it doesn't make it true, Ronnie. I have the utmost respect for Fuzz and for Hugh, and I think the world of them, but I don't agree with them, right? And that's why we have a dialogue, right? That's why we can have that on my channel. You can never have that kind of dialogue on Ronnie's channel. Hell no.
Oh, I know I didn't have one.
You was in there the other day and you got shut down. But I'm trying to listen to both feeds, but his hangout's called Intelligent Design: The Superior Science.
Lols.
Yeah, really.
Kind of presumes it's a science, doesn't it?
Hey, do you want the link and you can listen? I don't care. You guys want to listen? I don't.
No,
I only got 15 viewers, so I don't give a shit.
No, I'm good. I'm good, Steve.
You good?
I'm young and I have other stuff to do, like smelling my own farts that are far more valuable.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I can listen to both. So he wants people to come in, and I'm like, okay, you know what? You blew off Max. You treated Jenna like shit. Let me tell Jenna right now, don't you dare go in there. He says, what has he been doing the last 4 years? I kind of want to listen to this. Do you know that he did not mention ATP synthase once? And Ronnie's going, oh, well, he mentioned everything I've ever mentioned. No, I think he mentioned maybe flagella once in regards to Dembski's argument. But he never mentioned ATP synthase a single time. It's in his book, but he didn't mention it. He keeps on saying that Rana's saying the same thing he is, and he's not. And even still, we're not agreeing with Rana. That's why we have him on. Good grief. Ronnie, you're just so stupid. Oh, let's get Reds in here. Hey, if Reds comes in, we can play the video. One sec. Get in here, Red. Get your happy fucking ass, ugly ass in here. Yeah. Eric's like, Steve can't resist that itch. Yeah, I got to talk about Ronnie at some point in his video. Come on. Seriously.
Yeah, this is gold, though. You got this.
Ronnie said he thought it was a good hangout. Oh, well, okay. Joe was a little upset, but I think everybody else enjoyed it. Yeah, he's saying that Rana's saying the same thing he was, which he wasn't, but whatever. Hey, Reds. Can you play this video while we're listening? Could you do that for us, my man? There you go. Because I kind of want to hear what Ronnie's saying and put it through this feed. A live debunking of Ronnie. Can anybody play it?
Hold on. Let me see if I can play it. Hold on.
All right. Because the audience can't hear it if we don't. So how'd your live debunking going? Went there, Reds? Sorry I couldn't make it, obviously.
It went fairly well.
So you're not a young flat earther yet?
Oh, absolutely not. In fact, I'm pretty much convinced now that his butt hurt has reached a level never before seen. So
who are you debunking?
Jism.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So his butt hurt reached a new level of critical ass.
Pretty much, and it basically was we did a live debunking of his Google Hangout where he was strawmanning a person by the name of Wolfie, and he was really butthurt about it. So the entire video was him trying to say that we were not listening, when in fact the only thing he did was just show his incredible butthurt for the fact that we were calling him out on pretty much everything. So needless to say, that was really fun. And oh God, I just saw something I wish I hadn't.
Yeah, keep presenting. We'll get multiple. One sec.
No, I'm ready when you guys are ready.
Right. I'm ready. We'll get back to Reds. Reds ain't going anywhere.
Yeah.
Wait. Reds debunking Jism. Okay, that's news.
Yeah. And by the way, the thing that I saw that I wish I hadn't is that title. Yeah, bullshit, Ronnie.
Yeah, intelligent design, the only true science, or
the superior science?
The superior science. Holy fuck, Ronnie. What the arrogance you have, motherfucker.
We can compare Christianity and the other belief systems, and we can see that there was a vast amount of information that can be connected with Christianity. Over 25,000 manuscripts you can compare and contrast with the Bible. The line of information that they're trying to say in the Hadith with the Muslims and the Quran, but it doesn't even come anywhere close to what you're seeing inside of Christianity. As a matter of fact, actually, you find a lot of contradictions. And
did somebody get Jack and True in the same room together on somebody's hangout? I mean, like Max, maybe you can moderate
It
it.
could be argued that the Bible also has a lot of contradictions as well. Like,
Jack, I would love to see you do one-on-one with Ronnie. I would be fucking just impressed by that.
Now one could reconcile the two, but who's to say that the Muslim hadiths couldn't be reconciled as well?
Yeah, or better yet, how about this? How about I grant him everything and see where that gets us? Because that's exactly what what Negation of P did, and he got pissed.
He didn't figure out what Negation of P was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And they do seem to run parallels with Christianity, but you're not going to necessarily prove Christianity that way. Christianity was never intending, I mean, God never intended to prove things that way. Christianity, I mean, the scripture talks about how, the Holy Ghost would come unto you and, lead you and guide you into all truth. God doesn't go about things the same way through a restricted scientific method by man.
Restricted scientific method. Yeah, it restricts itself to facts, dude.
Yeah, things are going to be demonstrated.
You have to be careful. You got to be wiser the way that you're trying to.
I almost feel sorry for guys like Slim that because he's a Christian too, and he has to put up with guys like Ronnie calling themselves Christians.
Little bits at people. I think that they can take advantage of that, and
I don't consider him in the same camp as you, buddy. So just FYI, Ronnie's in a league of his own.
Anyways, the link is out there, guys. If you guys want to come in, you guys are free to come in.
So let's see what dumb motherfucker's going to go. No, I don't want anybody going now. I just want to see him flounder.
Well, if I go in there, I do want to call him out on one thing that he thinks that he can defeat me, or that G-Man could defeat me in a debate, and I'm like, dude, let's have a moderate debate. I'm not going to have it on his channel because you'll simply mute my fucking audio like you did last time.
Or a better question would be, well, you could bring that up too, but a better thing would be, I thought I was ran off the great debate community, yet here I am, motherfucker.
I'll be right back.
Don't be long though, because But yeah, and hubby says, "Why'd you delete your Hangout from the other day?" And True in the life, he goes, "I didn't. It's privated." Well, that's what we mean by delete, right? I mean, when I say delete, I don't mean actually somebody deleted it completely, but they privatized it so nobody can see it, because he got embarrassed, I think, because when he was talking about the ATP, FTP, PNA, mayonnaise, ATFG, QRS, he basically was pulling shit out of his ass again, not relating the story of what actually happened, but his own revisionism and his own historical, revising. And we all know how Ronnie does that. Ronnie is really good at revising history. You guys notice that?
Well, he's very salty. Saltier than Carthage.
Yeah, he's amazingly good at it. So
you guys want me to present when Red gets in there?
Yeah.
I admit I am tempted to dive in myself just to see what I can do, but
I am also tempted to dive in.
Come on, guys.
Wait, where is the link to that Hangout? Is it?
I'm gonna give it to you.
Oh, it says.
You're stuck with me, bitch.
Does this say the video does not exist?
The link to the one from the yesterday's Hangout doesn't exist because it's privatized. I mean, I just come up with an error message. Sorry, this movie, this video is private. So, did Reds go in there, or is he already kicked out?
I don't know.
Max really go.
I'm mobile right now, so I don't know. I mean, I can only watch one thing at a time.
All right, well, go ahead and keep playing it multiple.
All right, cool, but nobody's in there now. I'll keep playing it.
Nobody's in it at all? Is he not saying anything?
Yeah, he's just not. He said he's going to step away from the computer, but nobody's saying anything or anything.
Oh, so they probably went in, but they're not even being broadcast yet. All right, let's see. Who wants to come in here while we debunk this shit? We'll just listen to intently.
Please tell me his channel is not monetized.
I don't think it is.
Because, that's a really crappy product you're offering. If that's how you're going to do it, you're going to open up a room and then walk away from the keyboard.
Dude, do you know that if you go to Social Blade, his channel is listed under news. Mine's under entertainment. His motherfucker's under news. And I'm like, are you out of your mind? How is his channel news?
Oh my goodness, Red's here.
Oh my goodness, Reds. When he ran out the great debate community. Oh my goodness.
Max as well.
Yeah, one at a time. So what's going on?
Oh, one at a time, yeah.
Oh,
I seriously thought this is Darwin's TV.
Saying that you guys ran me out of the community, that I went to Flat Earth because of you guys. I want to know how you came to that conclusion.
Just the hangouts that I had with you and just how bad you did, dude.
Was that the one where you muted me?
Is the one where you started cursing after you became defensive because you couldn't make a point?
Oh, yeah, yeah. The one where I called out your BS for what it was, the God of the Gaps argument, which you still don't know what that is.
Okay, well, let's see you go there then. Let's talk about the God of the Gaps argument.
Hang on. Well, that's why I'm here, actually, because the reason is that if you want to go ahead and have another one, be my guest, because if you think I'm scared of you, no, I'm simply not having it on your channel anymore because you'll just mute my audio. So someone like, for example, Hana, Hana's a good middle-of-the-road type of person. Would be more than happy to have a structured, moderated debate. So how about that? Let's have the exact same debate we had last time, but without you or me in control. How's that?
Well, it would be fine, man. If you watch the discussion, you guys know already, my viewers. The discussion went smooth until you started acting like a little...
Hey, can you guys hear everything clearly?
Yeah, it's great.
YouTube. I mean, we can talk right here. If Max wants to moderate it between the two of us, I'll give him moderation.
No. The thing is that I was not acting up. I was simply replying to your BS and calling out your BS as the BS that actually is.
What was it BS?
Dude, the fact is that you muted me when I was making a point.
Why did I mute you?
You tell me.
I can play the clip.
Actually, I would love for you to play the clip.
Okay, let's play the clip.
Let's play the clip.
Oh, wow. Is it going to be like an Inception thing going on? We're watching them. They're watching something else.
Oh, shit. And that was after I was about to make my final point, but then you stepped in.
We just played the clip.
This was the hangout they had on Red's channel, wasn't it? Was it on Red's or was it on True?
No, I think it was on Ronnie's because otherwise Ronnie wouldn't have been able to mute him.
Yeah,
well, you can still mute somebody.
Be able to walk all over me.
I already have.
Yeah, sure you have.
We can do it again. We can do it again if you want.
I would love to do it again. I would love for you to do it again.
I don't know about Hannah though, because I've had my trouble with Hannah.
Are you really? Then who?
He's gonna say G-Man. Watch him. Watch him.
With. I guess that was my question.
We're Antonio Fletcher.
No, nothing.
Hello.
You're still be quiet for a second so I can find this, please.
Wow, you need help? Here, I'll do it for you.
I'm telling you, by the time this year is over, Reddit is going to vote for Ronnie for Dumb Fuck of the Year, people. I'm telling you this right now.
All right. Shrimp versus Redline. And fast forward to the bit where it went south. All right, let's play this thing. You haven't done that. True, if you are refusing to have the conversation, then say so right now. Because you're saying, I don't know how it did happen.
Okay, stop for a second. Right at that moment. No, stop. You're being defensive. This has happened before when I've asked you.
And he's muted him.
And there we go. So basically, I was replying.
Right at that moment, which you're not mentioning.
Wow, their audio is great. I can hear this perfectly. Thank you, MP.
That's why I had to decrease your volume. If you play it beforehand, you can hear where you're starting.
How about this? Let's screen share and let's see where I muted you. Are you ready? Are you watching? Please present it to everyone if you can.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me get my switcher on.
Please present it to everybody, because if you're going to lie, we're going to catch you right here on your own channel. And please don't delete this Hangout. I want to download it.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Well, hey, at least we got a copy on my channel in case he goes makes it private, right?
No, not right now. I'm not going to have to deal with all you guys interrupting and all that other crap. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to pull up the original feed, not what you not what you recorded.
It was your video.
Through my end, okay?
Wow.
I like
you haven't done that. True, if you are refusing to have the conversation,
right there.
Then say
That's
so
right there. That's when you muted me right there. Around
No. You see my cursor? Do you see my cursor, dude?
Yeah, you're recording that though, right there, I believe. So give me 1 second. At the beginning of that hangout,
explain to me how that operates. Calls us the Butthurt Clan.
You actually get into it and explain it. Okay, so going back to the motor, if you think, you're gonna have to stop this for a second, okay?
And now he's muted.
At the beginning, yeah, I did. Just hold on a second. At the beginning of that hangout, I believe the
You
one that
muted him just
recorded
now.
right now is something that the hangout that you recorded that we had on my channel. So let me go back to my video, the original video where we had the discussion on my channel. So
Shall
that
I
people can
join,
see-
Steve?
No, this is more fun over here.
Yeah.
Besides, Red's not sticking around very long, so. I never. Well, I'm gonna screen share. There's no need for you to screen share.
I'm waiting for you to get the video up.
You quickly jumped to the one that you recorded. I want to go to the original. Everybody can go either like or dislike his video. I'm not saying go dislike it. I'm just saying if you don't like his video, don't like his video. Then go dislike it. But I don't always give his videos thumbs down. This one I'd give thumbs down. You just gotta hold on a second and stop talking because I have like 260 videos, but I'm gonna pull it up in a second.
Oh boy, we don't see my cursor.
Hey Joe, does Ronnie still hate you?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I got excited. I thought that Darwin's Greatest Hits was in your room.
Is that why you came in? Because you got all excited?
I was so excited. I wanted to get his autograph.
Yeah, I would cup Darwin's Greatest Hits.
Who's this guy? Who's this? This charlatan. Multiple personality.
Okay, sounds good.
It's
and on top of the other stuff, what do you think of that, Hannah? Do you think you would be unbiased in this back and forth?
Oh God.
You're talking to someone who's not broadcasted, huh?
Yeah, what is this, man? What is this? I mean, come on with all this nonsense. Me and you are going to speak.
Did you just remove Hannah?
I'm removing everybody.
Wait, what happened? What happened?
Asking her questions like, okay, have you had any problems? Just kicked Hannah. Holy shit. You an answer. Wow. Towards that.
I'll tell you what, I would believe her more than I would believe you.
Do you people think everybody's an idiot? Like, come on.
Well,
no, just you.
No, yeah, just you.
Just you and flat earthers.
Apparently so. That's why I nominated you.
You know what? After this hangout, Red might start pushing for Trim Pierce as the most dumb fuck of the year.
That's what I said. The room, it becomes very clear you don't understand anything.
Well, then let me ask you this: if you are going to make the assertion,
I got this video up now, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do what I said we were going to do. We're going to see how you were acting in this room, okay? Now, remember, guys, when I started this hangout, before I actually went live with Red Light, I told them, look, let's have this discussion, but let's just be cool. There's going to be no muting, no ejecting. If there's no name calling, if we're respectful. So listen to what Red Light.
I have the whole thing recorded.
So you're going to have, I'm going to play the last, it's 59 minutes long, but I'm going to start at about 40, I'll start at about 46 minutes, I guess. And the reason why is because I don't know exactly, specifically when he starts acting like this. So I'm not just going to pick any sort of.
Calling him out on his BS.
Then pick the wrong one, okay? So just watch.
It was the full hangout, by the way. The answer to that question.
You're not smart enough to call me out on any BS, so shut up for a second.
I actually had the whole.
Oh, gauntlet thrown by Ronnie. Body blow, body blow. See what you're doing now? I'm gonna play it now, so shut up so we can play, okay? That's why
your feed doesn't show my cursor, dipshit. Bye.
Right after I call you. No one's concerned with your cursor, you idiot. We're concerned with you acting like a jerk and cursing at people and start
Holy
calling.
fuck, what an idiot.
Wait, wasn't he just saying like a minute ago that you were muting him, Red?
Yeah, exactly. He says that I was. Can someone shut that fucking thing off so I can get something out? Just mute the fucking audio, please.
I'll mute him for a sec. Go ahead.
All right, yeah. So the fact is that when I went into his hangout, he says that I made the assertion that I muted him. However, in my recorded feed, you actually see my cursor. On his feed, because it was broadcasted on his channel, you don't see my cursor. So how the fuck can you make a determination that I actually muted you if you're not going to show people where my fucking cursor was? You dipshit.
Nobody cares about your cursor. That's not the point.
No one cares about your cursor, even though it shows where you're clicking and it shows that you didn't click mute.
Well, I mean, you said he muted you, and he muted you exactly where you said he muted you at, you know?
Yeah, he muted me, but
Right.
I didn't mute him.
But that's why you don't want to have a discussion in his room, and that's why you want to have this whatever discussion you want with him. You're telling him let's have another room, and he wants to again control it and have it right then and there, and you're like, no.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're smart. You didn't let him get it, do that. So I props to you.
Not an issue. I know his game very well. So, but you said, I'll be more than happy to have another debate with you. Let's do it again. I'll embarrass you again. Well, true. I accept. Let's go ahead and do this shit, and I'll show you your argument for the gaps argument. It is
find a channel. If he doesn't want Hannah's, he kicked Hannah. He shows even broadcast for God's sake.
I'll host it if you want.
He kicked Hannah and Max out of the Hangout to make it just me. So it's really mind-boggling how he thinks he's actually making legitimate points here when he's completely ejecting people from the room. And I know you guys couldn't hear it, but Hannah said, listen, I don't know what beef True is actually talking about here, but I'm more than happy to moderate this and be completely, in the middle between the both of you. So I don't understand what his big deal is. Apparently, he is so scared of getting into an actual hangout with me, a hangout that he doesn't control, that he's going to run away whenever it rears his ugly head, whenever the idea rears his ugly head.
Yeah, and his audio went to shit. I can't even understand him right now. By the way, Josh, I know you got all excited, but that's not really Darwin's. Sorry.
Assalam.
Assalamu alaikum. Alaikum assalam. But you're welcome to stay. But I figured you came in here just because you saw Darwin's, but that's not really Darwin's.
All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to show something that True didn't want me to show because it completely debunks him. So let's go ahead and jump in on this. So this is a screen recording program that was actually recording the Hangout. Steve, can you broadcast me or present me to everybody?
Yes, I may. 1 second. There you go.
Okay, so True Fuckhead, in true fuckhead fashion, is asserting that I muted him just before he started decreasing my audio. Basically, I was being a jerk and whatnot. Essentially, that's a slang for calling out his bullshit. So let's take a look. There is my cursor right here. Tell me if you see it get anywhere close to his avatar, clicking it, and then hitting mute. And say so right now. Because you're saying, I don't know how it did happen.
Okay, stop for a second. Stop for a second. No, you're being defensive. This has happened before when I've asked you, when I've talked to you about certain things. I'm going to decrease your volume.
Oh, look.
Wow.
Oh, look, I didn't mute him. So you tell me, who is the fucking liar?
I'm going to go with Ronnie for the win.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, are you beginning to sway your vote a little bit to Ronnie for Dumbfuck of the Year? Because he already won the Lion Cocksucker of the Year. And by the way, he won hands. There was so much of a landslide. There was nobody else even nominated for Lion Cocksucker of the Year.
Very fucking tempting.
Yeah, he's a fucking liar.
I'll tell you what, Steve. I'm still rooting for Antonio on this. However, I will not implement my secret weapon.
You're a good man.
So
I don't care how ugly you are. You're a nice guy. Just sorry that God really cursed you, but whatever.
The fucker lies so bad.
Blatantly.
And the thing is that he's like, oh, well, don't you remember you muted me? So that's why I decreased your audio. No, it was because you were getting your ass kicked and you were doing it to save face.
Wow. Where did multiple personality go? Although I can't hear his audio because his audio went to shit.
Oh man,
he's playing something in his feed and it sounds like shit.
Well, good because his feed is shit anyway.
So he's basically alienated Hannah. It seems like because she's not happy that he ejected her.
Yeah.
Max, I mean, he didn't even get a chance to be shown either.
Yeah, exactly. See, this is why no one can stay in this fucking hangout. Is because one, he doesn't broadcast people. Two, he completely lies through his fucking teeth, especially when one has evidence to the contrary. And so you saw my cursor. See, if he were to play the hangout on his end, it's only going to show the live feed. The live feed portion does not show my cursor. I recorded it from my viewpoint, which means you see my fucking cursor and you see I did not mute him. So that assertion has been debunked. True, I understand you fuckheads in the CCP lie. It's just what you guys do. But you have got to get better at it. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, if you're gonna lie, at least make it kind of, a challenge to show that they're lying, right? I mean, this is just like taking candy from a baby, right? I mean, yes, the candy still tastes good, but it's just not very sporting.
Yes, exactly. So, okay, so Line Cucksucker of the Year and Dumb Fuck of the Year. Wow, 2 for 2.
That's to be pretty impressive. I mean, I don't know how you can live that down.
Well, I'll tell you what. We have a little bit more than a week and 4 days. Until,
I tell you what. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Until the votes are counted. So yeah.
I tell you what. If King Crocoduck was still doing the Golden Crocoduck Award, wow, that would have been a trifecta.
Yeah, we call that a hat trick.
You got the hat trick. I wonder, I wonder if he's ever going to start doing that again. He hasn't for several years.
Yeah, I don't know what beef that he was talking about with Hannah, and Hannah didn't even know that. But I was like, hey, listen, if not Hannah, pick somebody. Who have you not alienated at this point?
General would probably have this channel. Slim said he would too. The problem is with, I mean, I don't know how many viewers. I'm not trying to say required to have a lot of subs, but it does help. But I mean, I don't care at this point. I just want to see them go at it. I'll simulcast it or something, or just mirror it or whatever. But hey, Multiple, what's going on over there? Do you want to listen in again, or is anything worthwhile over there?
Or is his audio still shit? Which, by the way, good.
Yeah, he does sound like shit.
No, I actually had to run to a conference call. I haven't even looked, so I'll look now to see what's going on.
All right, yeah, sure. I'm still curious what they're saying. He's the only one in there still, so I mean, he kicked out the only 3 people willing to ever go in there.
You know what? I'm actually gonna change something here. I will say that having True win Dumb Fuck of the Year will be it will be an equivalent to having Antonio win Dumb Fuck of the Year.
That works for me.
That works. Okay,
Yeah.
so in which case, as long as it's Ronnie or Antonio at this point, congratulations, Ronnie. You are a fucking idiot.
He is way ahead too right now, by the way.
And you want to know something? He fucking deserves it.
And people aren't even cheating. I mean, they did for Von Helton. I'm not gonna lie, I know they did. But I mean, I think most people some people may have done multiple accounts. I did 5. Well, I tried 5 or 6, but only 2 went through. So, but most of them are actually people actually voting for Ronnie.
The amazing thing is that he wanted to. I mean, even he is not so stupid as to think that showing the live feed is going to show my cursor. What a fuckhead. What an absolute fuckhead. Nor on the live feed does it show that little blue information box. And you see that blue information box doesn't come up until he adjusts my audio levels.
Right. Yeah, he adjusted your audio level first before I mean, you didn't mute him. He's basically claiming you muted him, then he adjusted your audio level, right?
Yeah, his claim was, oh, I was being disrespectful. I muted him, and then that's when he adjusted my audio levels. He's actually the one that lost his temper on that. And and unlike him, I can actually prove that. Let me play this bit of it right here. Listen here.
You have a motor.
We'll get to the motor in a second. We'll get to a motor. I promise
you haven't. You haven't done that. True. If you are refusing to have the conversation, then say so right now. Because you're saying, I don't know how it did happen.
Okay, stop for a second. Stop for a second. No, you're being defensive. This has happened before when I've asked you, when I've talked to you about certain things. I'm going to decrease your volume.
See? And so you tell me, was I the one actually trying to stay on topic and that kind of stuff? And was I the one being disrespectful, or was he the one interrupting? Was he the one raising his voice? And was he the one adjusting my audio?
That's all he ever does. I mean, that's his modus operandi. Hey, Roof, we're actually listening to Ronnie's Hangout right now, so you get the best of both worlds. You get us mocking him, and get to listen to his live feed, because he literally just kicked Hannah out. And did you listen with him and Reds?
No, I only just saw his Hangout now.
Oh, you just missed the best fucking part ever.
All right, Ryan, by the way.
What can I say? I'm kind of fucking awesome.
Reds went in there and basically just kind of kicked Ronnie around a little bit and demonstrated conclusively that Ronnie was lying through his ass. I mean, without question. Go figure, right? I know, big surprise, but
yeah, go figure. Oh yeah, and by the way, if anyone wants to see that that little debate that I had with Ron the Magic Man. All you have to do is go to my Redline V8 channel. I think it's like the 3rd video that's been uploaded. So by all means, click that, check it out, and you can see how badly he quote unquote whooped my ass.
Oh, I got to put some shout outs. Now you reminded me. So, hey, shout outs to Res Rhetoric's channel. Go ahead and subscribe to him. Shout out to Apologia's channel. Go ahead and sub to him. He's got some really great videos coming out with. And also, I'm going to put a shout out to Earth Discussions, aka Adblock. I went to his channel the other day. I liked it. I mean, he's trying to do it in the flat Earth discussions type style, but only from a round Earth perspective and having the flat Earthers be the minority. And they're scared to death. They'll come in, but they're not like 8 of them bunching up, muting people, talking over. And I think his format's a little better. So if you do want to talk about flat Earth, go to Earth discussions rather than like flat Earth discussions.
Also,
They sound alike, but
also, if I can do a quick one, Gus is still having his fundraiser, so maybe we should promote that.
Yeah, Gus is having his fundraiser. So when he gets out of the hospital, he'll need some assistance for his living. As you know, people know he had cellulitis, got infected, and got into a blood infection. So his fundraiser is still going on. You can find it by called Gus?
Yeah, it's a fundraiser, and I'll post a link in the side chat so you can post it over. Or wait a minute, I'm actually a moderator on your live feed, so I can post links, right?
Yeah,
I can post links.
Yeah.
All right, then what I'll do is I will post links, and also on the live debunking that we did with Jism, the fundraiser link is also in the description, because part of the time that I was actually there doing this debunking, I was also promoting the fundraiser. So if you can't donate, at least send them good vibes. Good vibes. We want to send them good vibes.
I might do in January. Might do a Patreon event if I decide to debate either Ronnie or
No, it's saying message not sent. It's an error. So I'll post.
Wait. You remove I think it's the brackets. Yeah, because I had the same problem with the URL when I tried to link it.
All right, then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get rid of the HTTP, and nope, that one's not gonna work.
Yeah, I did it. I got it.
There you go. All right.
But yeah, I'm gonna have some Patreon fundraising things. So maybe I'll like I said, I'll suck it up and I'll do a debate with them. But it has to be on something I have an interest in, right? I don't feel like just talking to them for the sake of talking, because I've been there, done that, right? I mean, if people want to listen to me go engage with G-Man, they could do on that 2-hour video that I have.
Yeah.
And it was like talking to a child. It literally was. I felt like he really was. I was talking like a 5-year-old. That's the impression I got. But anyways, so I'll do my raising next month. So this month is all about Gus, and I'm cool with that. He needs it, and I understand that. So.
Oh, okay. So Sidestrike just asked a question. We are currently up to $3,340 raised, 33% of the 10K goal. 70 people have contributed. It's pretty awesome. And again, just to be very clear, Gus is a really good friend of ours. We've been doing this for a while. It was started by Annabelle, and it has done a lot of good. And when I speak to Gus, he says it is one of the greatest gifts he has ever gotten, knowing that so many people care about him. And so send him positive vibes. It's all good. And
mention it on your channels too.
Yeah, mention on your channels. The more channels that can show support, the better. That'll get some people that we probably haven't even gotten to yet to actually donate, because they just simply don't know the fundraiser exists. So it's all good. It's all good. Good stuff.
I've been watching the his Intelligence Line hang. I didn't watch my live feed. So did I put it in the wrong? I think I put the fundraiser in the wrong one. I put it in True's.
Yeah.
So nobody saw it.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm blocked from his thing, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think after that he's
going to block me as
well.
From. So it says message not sent. Try again. Well, that's weird. How come I could put it in Ronnie? Oh, because I'm blocked from Ronnie's. That's why. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Anyways, let's go back to listening to the Hangout real quick with Buchanan P.
Oh boy, this is gonna be good.
Get your oven mitts ready, guys.
Make sure that the Tempur-Pedic ones.
Multiple. Are you there?
Multiple. Do you want me to broadcast it on my end?
You might have to. Yeah, he's got.
Shit.
He's got Antonio, Max, and General in there now. Really? Seriously, guys? I mean, General said he's not going to go in there, and he goes in there.
Well, so much for that, right? All right, hang on. I'll bring it up. True fuckhead. Oh, true empiricism comes up when I type in true fuckhead. Imagine that.
There's synonymous terms.
Yes. All right. Let's listen in.
I mean, I admit people need to go in there because it provides
see
good
that,
fodder for
but
us,
just
right? But
I am keeping track of the drama. I saw Negation's video. I've been listening to what people have been saying, and I'm going to take my time on a response to that. I just want to make sure it's done the right way. I have a difficulty articulating things sometimes when I talk about it live, so I don't really want to mess it up when I'm talking about it right now. So I'm going to wait until a future video to talk about that.
He said you did
but,
survey 6 million
yeah,
times.
if you send me the link up.
Like, seriously. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Whenever you want to start talking, I'm going to mute the audio so I can hear you.
I forgot. Yeah, you're not MP. Go ahead.
I wanted to say something about the discussion with myself and Redline. You can go ahead and respond to it if you want, because that discussion had to do with intelligent design.
Listening back to that discussion, it seems you confused an argument from analogy with an inference to the best explanation. Those are two different things.
How so? What do you think that I was saying?
Sure. You said that, thinking back on it, you were saying that the inference from best explanation is drawn because when we look at the actual world,
can you guys hear me?
Creating mechanisms and machines similar to.
Well, what was that, multiple?
I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. My mic kind of went out before.
Yeah.
So we should. Going from that inference, the inference to the best explanation would be that an intelligence created or designed us. That was similar to your point.
Yeah, you guys should rewind it because at one point Antonio came in.
I think that there's pretty much just like what I've been always talking about. I mean, abductive reasoning, right? Just an inference based on certain symptoms. Maybe it's just a probability of what a probable cause. Possibly, it's not like trying to say, well, you know what. We 100% know this to be the case, anything like that. That's all I'm trying to say here.
No, I understand that. So, but your probability is inferred by an analogy. So you're analogizing, the mechanisms we see in nature with the mechanisms that we design. This is a comparison of the two, and you're saying from this we can infer probabilistically or to an extent that that it was also an intelligence that would have been responsible for designing us in the same way we are responsible for designing the mechanisms we produce. Yes.
Well, there might be.
No, this is live. I'm just broadcasting over my speakers.
Take away from it being an abductive type of reasoning, right? I mean, so if I'm looking at the problem. I feel like a broken record.
First of all, with what sample size?
It's got an illness, right? They're sick. They don't know what it is. There could be a flu or a cold or something like that. You don't know. They don't know if it's the flu or the cold. Just based on the symptoms, they are concluding that it's a flu or a cold. That's pretty much what I'm doing right here. Okay, we don't know what's going on inside of the cell, but based on the symptoms or characteristics or patterns that you're seeing of the things that are designed, we conclude that more than likely what you're seeing inside of the cell was also designed.
Yep, God of the gaps. I fucking knew it.
That's all it is. It's a God of the gaps. That's why I want you to have this discussion about God of the gaps on some channel, because you got it made. I mean, that's like a definitive God of the gaps.
Do I really have to blast this shit over my speakers anymore? Because that really says it all right there. That confirms my entire argument throughout the 59 fucking minutes I was talking to that jackass.
I don't know. Do you guys want to listen more or move on? I don't care.
I want to actually come up with this. I think all of us that actually want to see this debate happen, make a video demanding that it does. And also, we need to download that Hangout, because inevitably Ronnie's going to figure out that he sounds like a fucking idiot in it and is going to delete it. Mm-hmm. And so download the Hangout and upload that where he says, yes, let's go ahead and do this. Where is still going to be, up for grabs. But I say, fuck, let's do it on Steve's channel, or let's do it on Hannah's channel, or let's do it on Negation P, the drunken peasants. I don't fucking care. So
He won't even come on my channel. He's never been on my channel, and that's to me it says it all, man.
Yeah. Also, you're still presenting me to everybody.
Well, you're sexy.
I am not sexy. What? You caught me off guard there.
You're like, wow, I've never called that before.
Oh man.
Someone thinks I'm not ugly.
It's
not me. I'm more referring to your voice. I know. I've seen it. You're ugly.
Yeah, there you go. The idea is that he comes on, he starts spouting the same old bullshit one more time, and then I'll go ahead and show him that his argument is a God of the Gaps argument. And from that, I can say that your argument is shit and that I shouldn't listen to it or take it as holding no weight whatsoever.
You know, at least you know, Dr. Rana and stuff, they're trying to get away from the God of the Gaps, and they're at least trying to have something, you know, hypothesis. Ronnie's got nothing. I mean, even I even asked Jack, because Jack, I want you to be, you know, straightforward. I mean, when it comes to at least their argument, would you rather try to dissemble, you know, dismantle Ross's and Hughes, or excuse me, Ross's and Rana's, or would you like to do Ronnie's? Because Ronnie, to me, doesn't even have an argument of any kind. He has nothing. He just blatantly asserts intelligent design is the only true science and God's the creator. That's it. That's all he said. He has no argument for this whatsoever.
Yeah.
Do you agree, Jack? No, he can't hear me still. I don't know what's been going on with Jack's mic or something. I think I think he tried once again to see if this was actually Darwin's in here.
Well, I'm actually looking for a Jack in here, but Jack left.
Yeah, maybe we'll come back. MP, we're going to play it through yours because I like the fact that you have video.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
No worries, no worries.
If you ask my opinion, if he kicked my ass so bad, why does he feel so threatened?
Yeah, I mean, you have that. You go in there, you say, "Hey, look it, man, I'm willing to do this again. I just picked the channel." But no, he said he ran you off fucking the Great Debate community.
Yeah,
here I am. Members of the Great Debate community. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
Let's bring it on. Bring it on. Let's do this.
Okay, let's listen. Can you guys hear this rain, by the way, or is that too soft?
Mm-hmm. No.
You can hear the rain?
I can hear the rain.
My channel?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, it's coming down pretty good right now. Actually, I like it though. It's nice. It's fresh. Can you guys hear anything?
Yeah, I can still hear it. Let's see.
No, it's multiple. You're muted, man. Red says, name the debate or name the channel to have the debate on, dude.
Something being necessitated.
There you go.
These are just two things you have to take into account when you're abducting.
You guys can hear it, right?
Using probabilities here. This is why you need not just expectation, but background evidence, and you need a way to assess priors, like prior probability as well. You can't just say, well, these are two similarities and this is kind of stuff we'd expect to see. Without priors, then there's really no way to compare the two hypotheses.
What do you mean an argument from analogy? Like what is he comparing it to? For something to be an argument from analogy, it would have to be compared to something else. Like what is he because like if you look at an inference, for example, if you look at, you know, okay, I don't know, like let's say you got, I like to look at this, use this example all the time. Let's say you're walking down a path, right? You see 3 rocks on the side of the road, and then you walk 3 more yards, and then you see 6 rocks, and then you walk 3 more yards, and then you see 9 rocks. Every 3 yards you walk down the path, the rocks increase by 3, and then you walk up to 300 yards, and they're increasing by 3 each time. Now, if we look at what's happening, we are making an inference that's the most plausible explanation for why that's happening. 3 rocks increased every 3 yards, up to 300. We're finding out why this is going on. We're making an inference from the body of facts. That's what we're doing. That we're not really comparing it to some other thing. We're just looking at what we see.
Yeah, you are.
The most plausible explanation for what we see as to why that is. So when you say an argument from analogy, we had to be comparing it to something else. And I don't really know exactly what you're trying to say.
You guys are saying complex.
I'm trying to say that's not. We're making an argument from analogy. That's not what we're doing here at all. All right. It's not like we're just trying to infer some sort of similarity.
Analogies all the time.
Something that we're just perceiving to be the case. It's something that we're drawing based on a set of certain observations. Right. That's pretty much why we're drawing our conclusion. Right. So. I just feel like there's a lot of wordplay here. I don't feel like there's really much being said here. I see, you can see some analogy there, obviously, but to sit over here and call it analogous, because obviously there are things inside of the cell that are analogous.
No.
That wordplay doesn't distort the fact that the exact functions and operations that are seen on both ends of I don't really see that there's really much being said.
All right, to respond, and just to take Antonio's example of seeing rocks consistently in 3, like first 1, then 3, then so on and so forth, that's inductive because you're going from concrete particulars, simple instances of multiplications of 3, and you're making a general inference about what you're going to expect to see next. There are a bit of philosophical problems with induction, but tends to be a stable way of reasoning.
I'm talking about looking at the body effects at the end result. Like when you get to the end, you're saying what is the most logical explanation for why this is happening by 3 each time, every 3 yards? Is it a non-intelligence or an intelligence?
Well, I would say it would be. Well, you don't even need to go by intelligence.
That's an abductive argument, dude. That's not.
Actually, it's inductive. That argument would be inductive in nature because every.
I think what Antonio is doing, I think he's trying to draw a distinction between abductive and inductive reasoning.
Abductive is a type of inductive argument, is it not?
Of inductive reasoning there.
No,
because
it's not.
No,
it's not. You're just incorrect because you're saying
you're not even giving me a chance to explain. You're just claiming I'm incorrect. Now let me just.
We're just saying. If we're saying what is the most logical or plausible explanation for why this is, you're making an abductive argument. You can find this in almost any logic textbook. Yes, you are.
Wow, he doesn't know the difference between adductive and inductive?
Because you're going from what kind of...
Multiple, pause it for a second. I think
pause it.
I think we can look at it. If we have a series of numbers, right? A Fibonacci sequence. So we have something we could actually say, hey, look, you know what? We can actually tell you what the next number is going to be. That's induction. Right, we can see the pattern because of numbers. If I say, okay, what's n plus 2? Okay, I can make a formalization of it and say, okay, look, I started at 0. I have 2, 4, 6, 8. What's the next number? We all know it's 10. That's inductive reasoning. He's basically saying, well, if you apply that to rocks, then you're probably going to say that's some kind of intelligence doing that, and that's true. We probably would if we saw that kind of some kind of weird mathematical series laid out physically, right? But he's trying to relate it to, we just have that series, and because that series exists as itself, that means an intelligence. But we've never seen an intelligence make mathematics, man. That's never happened. I mean, we can construct it, we can create things like calculus, but we didn't, literally just create the concepts of 1 plus 1. They were already there, I think. I think the concept of 1 is self-evident, right? We just formalized it in what we did.
Yeah, and I go, he says, how about Antonio? And it's like, no, I'm not having a fucking debate on Antonio's channel. I
win. Did I not say he was going to suggest G-Man or Antonio's? Did I not?
Awesome. All right, 1 second.
Thank you very much. I'll be here all night. I win.
Yeah,
I called that out. Go ahead.
See you guys later.
See ya.
Take it off, Rip. How you feeling? You feeling better? Feel good? Oh, never mind.
Okay. All right.
We just killed him.
All right. So basically, what he's doing is we're not seeing that in the cell. We're not seeing that type of sequence. We're seeing complexity, but complex does not equal design.
Right.
That is a completely fallacious way of thinking. If that is okay, so. If we were to see something that was complex, like the inside of the weather systems that is Saturn, or have it actually form something like the giant, what was it, a hexagon or a pentagon
hexagon, wasn't it?
Yeah, a hexagon on the poles of Saturn. you know, is he going to simply say that that's designed, or is he going to come to the correct conclusion, that is, in saying that it's just the result of natural wind patterns due to its position, its orbit, its size, its atmosphere, and its composition?
Right. According to him, he would say, "Oh, look, that's a recognizable pattern of a hexagon. It must be an intelligence that made it there."
Yeah.
Or the same thing, like a snail shell, based upon the golden ratio, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's because of the golden ratio. It is the shape that it is.
Yeah. So basically, if we're going to be intellectually honest about this, we see complexity everywhere, but we see complexity in places where we know for a fact they were not designed. For example, we can scan the atmospheres of Saturn and figure out exactly why they're forming that. And we can also scan our own atmosphere to find out why weather systems can form into spirals and become hurricanes. You know, a hurricane is very complex, but does that mean it's not simply a natural phenomenon? Who knows? Maybe life actually follows the same type of more complex criteria. So if this fuckhead is going to use that as an argument, then he has a long way to go to make me not laugh at it.
But the one thing that I think why this argument ultimately fails is because he's saying the designer designed everything. Everything is designed. He's not saying one thing. He's saying everything is designed. So it always begs the question: how do you? What's the difference between what the designer designed and what's the difference between something that's natural? Because if he designed everything, then you know you can't just pick and choose like this is what he designed and this is what he didn't design. Your argument is that he designed everything from scratch.
That's been that's what I've said from day one. I've always said, look, if everything is designed, then what do you compare it to? The ATP synthase crap that he keeps bringing up is no different than saying, hey, look, God designed this rock.
Yeah,
he designed everything.
It's the watchmaker argument, and we know why the watchmaker argument fails. And
but at least Rana was admitting to that. Did you listen? Rana admitted it was a watchmaker argument. They were just trying to make it a little bit better, but he admitted it was a watchmaker argument.
The fact is that
he won't.
The fact is that when you have Ronnie making this argument, and I point out that it was a God of the Gaps argument, he doesn't know how else this could come about. That's his entire argument. Oh, we look at this, and this is indicative of design, and I see design, and how the fuck could this come about any other way? So in other words, I don't know how else this could come about other than design, therefore God. It's a personal subjective view on it, meaning that what we have here is a God of the Gaps argument.
That's the definitive God.
We have a gap. We have a gap in our knowledge. He's inserting his assertion, aka his ignorance, and therefore making it so that he wins. Bullshit.
Yeah. How did the snowflake become so so perfect and hexagonal and just all the shape and obviously it must be a design to it, right? Because it's complex.
Mm-hmm.
I can't explain how it works. Must be God. Oh wait, I can explain how it works. I understand the molecular bond of hydrogen. And water. It's the angle of it. So
it's like when he uses that there are turbines and cells argument. It's like, oh, because we make turbines as human beings and we see these turbines and cells. We know the turbines only come from intelligence, so that means obviously the turbines and the cells are intelligent. So I remember we had a conversation. I said, Ronnie, we've ever seen created are man-made lakes. We've never actually seen a natural lake created. So I said, based on your logic, all the lakes that are out there, all the natural lakes were actually created. And he's like, no, it's different. But I'm saying, but that's the same logic you're employing. You're not understanding. And the fact that we see those turbines in those cells created naturally. We see them develop. We see them, from stages. I said, you don't see them designed. But for some reason, he just is bound to this.
Well, he would have a lot better case if they weren't self-replicating organisms, right? If this wasn't some kind of, biological thing. It was just like these are literally made out of little metal machines, like nanites. I think it would have a lot better argument, right? Because it'd be like, oh shit, these are like nanobots.
Yes.
We've seen nanobots come from a mind, so there must be some kind of intelligence behind this. But that's not his argument because that's not what we're seeing.
Yeah, exactly. We're not seeing that. And on top of that, if we were to take his argument for what it is and just use his own logic, can you imagine how fucked up science would be? We would just be making assertions, and we wouldn't even have an internet to bitch about it.
This is what concerns me of Mike Pence if it becomes president.
Yeah, we wouldn't have an internet to bitch about it on, and we wouldn't have awesome access to porn.
Yeah, Ronnie. You know what, Ronnie? I swear to God, if you ruin porn for us, I will hunt you down.
I mean,
can you imagine Ronnie to be in charge of anything relating to any kind of scientific program of any kind? I mean, seriously.
I would fear I would move out of this fucking country, and Steve, I would take you with me.
I'm done. Yeah, as long as you fit me in your fucking brief, your little luggage, I'm gone.
And I'd be like, what is this? Is this?
I can do this from anywhere.
Yeah, we just have to get past security. They're pretty strict. I mean, last time I was in the lineup and they confiscated my pocket pussy, saying it couldn't have been made out of C4. Bullshit. And
which it was, because you like to live dangerously.
No, they're just incompetent that they wouldn't know the difference between a pocket pussy and a pipe bomb. And they were like, well, you don't know what someone can put in something like that. Well, you put your dick in it and you jack off.
Well, like I said, if it's made from explosive, though, I think that's going to be like a lot more.
No. I just got.
What's it designed?
I just got to wear a shirt.
Was the pocket pussy designed? I think it was.
All I have to do is make a "What Would Allah Do" T-shirt and wear that to the airport. I'll be fine.
What would Allah do?
Does that mean that the real thing is designed too?
Well, that would be Ronnie's logic, right? Well, Ronnie's never seen pussy. How would he know if it's designed or not? Seriously, you think that boy's ever been laid? Come on.
Thank you. That's exactly where I was trying to lead that one.
Yeah, no, I don't think he ever has.
Good on you, Slim. One that tells no jokes. Fucking liar.
So Reg is still trying in the live feed to get Ronnie to say, okay, here's the channel. Let's discuss this.
Hana said this. Hana said, Antonio has agreed to be a co-mod on my channel for any debate asking for a third party. And I'm like, hey, I would agree to that.
Yeah, I thought, yeah. I mean, if Hannah had it on her channel and Antonio was there as a co-mod, I don't see why that'd be a problem. Would you?
No.
Okay.
I got no issues with that. I just don't want it to be on his channel.
Right.
Rue, are you all right there?
I think so.
Okay. Oh God, I was gonna. Oh yeah, before you left, Rue, I was asking you how your holidays are going. Even though you don't celebrate Christmas down there, do you?
I don't think he's actually in this hangout. I think he accidentally clicked a button and now he's here because he's not answering and we're hearing everything in the background.
Do you want me to mute?
Oh, no, we can hear you. Yeah, he's here.
I thought you weren't paying attention to the phone. So
yeah, in fact, it's summer for you right now, isn't it?
Yeah. I know. It's fucking here. That's cool.
He's like talking to multiple people. You know,
I'll
you have
give
to
you
be
guys $1 million.
People will start thinking.
I'll give you guys $1 million if you can figure out what I'm doing right now.
Jerking the cookie. You're giving a semen sample.
No.
That would be funny.
A gated heart pool scan.
You're doing what?
I'm having a gated heart pool scan.
I don't even know what the hell that is.
All right, Google, help me out here.
I had a CT about a month ago, whatever that was, when I went to the hospital.
What's it called?
You know what? That was actually pretty cool. I didn't realize. Yeah, I didn't even think about it. I'm like, do I need to take out all my metals and stuff like that? And I'm like, wait a minute, it's CT, not an MRI. No, she's like, no, don't worry about it.
Hang on, a gated heart scan.
Gated heart pool scan.
Pool scan. All right. Let's see what this looks like.
Let's not pretend we're Ronnie. We know everything about everything. So you're having a gated pool scan. Let me tell you exactly what that is. And
oh, so it's kind of like an MRI.
Kind of, yeah.
Well, probably more like a CT. Probably if he has his phone with him, it's not an MRI.
Yeah. So it says here that what you do is that they scan you with this giant machine while a nurse gives you a happy ending.
Not quite the last bit, but I do have the giant machine like about a centimeter away from my nose.
Well, if they're not giving you the happy ending, then they're obviously not doing it right.
Yeah, it's supposed to get your heart rate up. It's medicinal.
Oh, I've got like radioactive stuff.
Oh, they doused you with radioactive iodine, probably, or something.
Hey?
What did they inject you with? Radioactive iodine?
Something like that. I don't know.
But no happy ending.
No.
Oh.
Damn it. That's rough, man.
Yeah, be careful on radioactive dye. You can actually have allergic reactions to that shit.
Tell me about it. I'm allergic to iodine.
Yeah, what is it? Gadolinium. That's what it is. Gadolinium. Yeah, it's not that uncommon too, because I was aware of that when I had MRI years and years ago. But I don't have a problem with the contrast dye. So, ooh, damn. They're after you, buddy.
Who?
I don't know. I heard sirens.
Oh yeah, that's an ambulance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to the nursing home. That's right around the corner from my house.
I lost another one.
Yep.
Couldn't wait until 2017. Haven't we have enough deaths this year? I mean, after Zazar Gabor, I was done. I'm like, seriously, fuck you, 2016.
Yeah, 2016 has been quite a shitty year.
Yes.
So apparently it's like we don't comment on thereby shirtless. We don't have any examples of intelligent design made by non-humans. Therefore, how would we even know what we're looking for in the search for signs of intelligence in a cell's interior?
We don't.
Yeah, we don't. That's been our entire point. He is being subjective here. There is nothing objective to be had by Ronnie's argument. So he's going to use that gap in our knowledge to assert that the only thing that fits that gap is what he says it is. Therefore, it got at the gaps.
And he doesn't realize that he doesn't realize that all God gaps are fallacious. Period.
Yes. Yes.
And then he actually, was it him that called it, or was it G-Man that called it God of the Gaps theory? Was it G-Man?
Yeah, it was G-Man.
Yeah, and of course, Ronnie thinks the same way. I don't grasp what he means by that. Because this is a guy that thinks that you can falsify fallacies, right? G-Man's like, yeah, I'll falsify the fallacy of no true Scotsman. No, it doesn't work that way, G-Man.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, that whole chocolate atheist routine that he did, trying to falsify a fallacy. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
No, he was dead serious about that. He did not even realize that you just it doesn't make any sense. By the way, Ronnie has 29 dislikes on his video. Holy cow, dude!
Good, keep him going.
People hate this shit. I'm telling you, everybody watching his feed hates his channel right now. Every one of them over there.
Yeah.
I don't know. You want to listen back in? I don't really care anymore. This is so boring over there.
Yeah, I'm not even going to bother watching this shit anymore. See, then the thing is that if we have this little debate thing, I say all of us should make videos calling him out, saying, "Hey, debate red. Let's do this."
Yeah, I'll make something.
Make something. We'll have Negation P do it as well.
Hey, Ruth, what do you think of Ronnie getting the Lion Cocksucker of the Year award?
Oh, it's a pretty obvious choice, wasn't he?
He was the only one choice. There was no other contenders.
Yeah.
It was such a runaway. It was like, fuck it, Ronnie wins.
I don't know the other guys. Like, I don't know Von Helton.
I don't think he wasn't even nominated for Lion Cocksucker of the Year. He was nominated for Dump Fuck of the Year, but yeah. So Ronnie's going to win 2 awards. It looks like Lion Cocksucker of the Year and Dump Fuck of the Year. That's awesome.
Well, we'll see what happens because as we all know, how many people said that Hillary Clinton was going to win in a landslide?
I didn't think she was going to win a landslide. I did admit that I projected her winning based upon all the data, but I was fooled by the data just like anybody else, and so it was what it is.
So Steve, don't count your chickens before they hatch, and so
but I'm the one that Trump still had a chance, right? Everybody was telling me no, Trump has no chance. I was at least saying don't count Trump out.
I meant in this one. I meant in the dumb fuck of the year. So don't worry.
Pretty well. Come on. You want Ronnie to win. You know you do.
Hey. I said it would be equivalent to having Antonio winning in the level of happiness.
I'll tell you what. I'll personally diss on Antonio after everything's said and done if Ronnie wins. And do my best to make sure he wins next year.
It's complete and utter horseshit to me that True has still not gotten back to me on name the fucking channel, or if he even agrees to what apparently Antonio has already agreed to. I'll mod on Hannah's channel. I have no problem with that.
Really, that's General. He's in there, Reg. 1 sec. Reg wants a fucking answer to what channel for debate. There you go. Like I said, I'm out to break down and do some kind of debate with them. I just don't know what. Like I said, I offered on Throwing Halos, but they're not going to know jack shit about that. So,
did you just try to comment on True's video or Hangout?
No, I'm blocked from there.
Oh, I was about to say.
Is my background noise too much?
Yeah.
Somewhat. It's not too bad.
I can't actually change it.
Whatever.
I've got my arms above my head.
What are you talking on then?
Hey, I'm on a phone.
Oh. You didn't have to give up your phone for a minute?
There's no need to.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a CT. It's not magnetic, so.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, those machines are amazing, man. It's just like, okay, put your hands over your head, you in, go out, go up, go down, breathe in, breathe out, you're done.
Oh, no, this one, they got to watch it for like 15 minutes or so.
I had a
So I've got
perfect
this thing I can
EKG.
like, hey?
Well, the EKG text said, have you ever seen a perfect EKG chart or what strip? And I'm like, no. He's like, well, you want to see yours? I'm like, is it that good? He's like, yeah, it's textbook. And I was like, fucking hey, that's good.
Very nice.
For 25 years of smoking and somebody tell me that my heart's in good shape, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
You know, I quit like over a year now.
I can touch this machine with my nose. It's right here.
Yeah. Well, at least this keeps you busy.
Oh no, talking to you guys takes my mind off the claustrophobia.
It is a little claustrophobic in those things. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Not too bad though. No. Been worse. I lived in a coffin rack for how long in the Navy?
Jeez.
Anyway, for 4 years, that little coffin rack was basically like what, 1.5 foot across and 6 foot deep or long.
Sick.
So it's not as bad as it sounds. Actually, it's kind of like nice and your own personal space. But the top of the coffin rack's only like 6-8 inches above your nose. So
yeah, nuts.
Yeah. You kind of have to sleep on your side sometimes, or else you do get that claustrophobic feeling. Matt Bell is in Tom's room causing shit. It looks like. Let's see what else is going on.
Well, that's to be expected.
And Jenna was asking him now what room do you want to have? He wants to have it at
Hannah's.
He's not getting an answer, I don't think, though.
Wait. To have this.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that was loud.
Sorry.
Hey, I'm going to play this real quick because he's actually addressing Reds. Let's play for a second, MP. Or Reds, I don't care either way.
Okay. 1 second, hold on.
Yeah, but everybody else is going to have to stay muted, I guess, for the remainder of the time.
But
everybody else here.
You want video too?
No, just audio.
That's right.
Yeah, maybe we can do it after this hangout, and then how late we go. Let this go
I
for
don't
about
even
an hour.
What will you be discussing? Intelligent design?
I'm assuming intelligent design. That seems what he wanted to talk about. That's a good point.
Okay.
Yeah, ask him what he wants to talk about to you. If it's going to have to do with flat Earth or something like that, I'm not a flat Earth.
Are you fucking kidding me?
What do you want? Intelligent design, right?
He knows what he wants to talk
about. The same topic that we were talking about last time.
Do you want me to put? You know what you should do. You should grant him God's existence.
No.
You really think about it. Grant for argument, say God exists. Now make the connection of how
his evidence for intelligent design. That's what I want to talk about. Because it's all about his assertion. And I'm saying that per his assertion, he can't fucking back it up. And he was saying otherwise. That's what we were debating last time, whether his fucking argument actually holds any water.
5 times. So I don't really know why he wants to do it again. Maybe he's just like, hey. I know why, because the other day we were talking about him in the room. So he's just like, hey, I'm not scared of you guys. I'll debate you. But yeah, sort of derailed the topic. So
wait. They did say they ran you out the great debate community, and here you are going, hey, I've not gone anywhere. I'm right here. Let's go, bitch.
Yeah, let's go, bitch.
Would you guys mind if I excuse myself from hanging out? It was lovely bringing up my little objections to you. Thank you for hearing me out. Even if we disagree.
Oh, shut up,
Max, don't thank him. Just leave.
I appreciate the exchange.
Shut up, Max.
Thanks for the respectful exchange, man.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
God bless.
My brothers in Christ, even though they might be dumb fucks, they're still my brothers in the Lord Jesus.
He's gone now. There's really no point at this point.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Antonio. I'm really sorry, but I only literally just got the.
All right, multiple. Mute.
Hey guys.
Max,
Holy shit,
you're
Max.
a little cocksucker.
What?
Oh, we heard
Don't
everything.
you are not supposed to be pleasant to them.
Thank you so much for the honest exchange. You guys are my brothers in Christ, and even though you're dumb fucks, I still love you because Jesus has commanded me to do so.
You know what? I wasn't muted. I wasn't spoken over. That I'll tip my hat.
No, you were spoken over. You're just so nice that you see the best in people, which is hurting you.
Hey,
damn,
hey, did the realistic nihilist and Jack join because they thought I was Darwin's deity?
Initially, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I called that. I saw Josh. I'm like, I had to tell him. I'm like, Josh, that's not DD because I know from experience, right?
That's hilarious. They really are like stalking him, like.
Well, I don't blame him at this point. I have no. I mean, I don't like to use the word stalking because that implies like legal things. But do they follow him around and try to refute him? Shit, yes.
Hang on.
I've been away for the past hour, like talking to somebody. Then I come back and I see Jack Angstrike and realistic nice. Like, what the fuck?
Hang on. I don't know who is this. Haunted, who are you?
Who am I? I talked to you like a day ago. I'm pretty sure you know who I am.
What?
No.
Seriously.
Yeah, he was just sitting here like yesterday, the day before.
Like, granted, I've only been like joining this community for like the past 2 weeks or so, but like, you know who I am.
No, I don't.
What was your other icon? It was
It was the spooks thing.
Spooks?
You know me as Bondage Crow.
Oh, Bondage Crow!
Jesus Christ.
Ah,
Jesus Christ, Reds, get your shit together, man.
Like, even he knows me, and he's only known me for like, Steve knows me, and he's only known me for like a week.
I know you by your avatar, and since you don't have Bondage Crow as your avatar, shame on you, by the way.
Well, I changed my profile picture like every week, so
you should change it back to Bondage Crow.
God, Jesus fucking Christ, you Reds. He just said, okay, on Antonio's channel. No. You're not having it on Antonio's channel. Go to his live feed right now. He's talking. He just said to you on Antonio's channel. I'll put it in the live. I'll put it in the group chat there. You don't have to go into his room, just in the live feed. You're like, no, on Hannah's channel, and if you want to have Antonio, that's fine.
By the way, what did you guys think of my pointing out his fallacy by arguing from induction?
Oh, I think you're right. Yeah. It is.
I mean,
I'm saying the same thing as
analogy. Argument from analogy. I mean.
Well, he was trying to use. He still doesn't really know what an abducted argument is. I don't think, but. When Antonio was talking about his argument, he was talking about inductive reasoning.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, that is true. Inductive or abductive?
Inductive.
Oh, yeah, that was inductive. Although Red's point about the symptoms in 2 diseases was a little more on point, but the problem is both symptoms are the same symptoms. They're not different. Thus, there is no analogy. You're comparing like with like. When it comes to the turbine within the cell and the turbine, let's say, in your computer, those aren't the same thing. We're looking at the form or structure of those things. We're looking at their properties. We're not actually looking at those things themselves. So,
well, that's why I wanted to have it. That's why I was going to have a debate with him on turbines, explain to him what a steam turbine was, and has almost literally no relationship to a biological turbine.
Regardless of what turbine he's actually talking about, again, just because something looks like it's designed doesn't mean it is designed. And if he's going to say that his entire reason for believing in intelligent design is that he doesn't know how it could come about naturally, that is a God of the Gaps argument. I'll grant him everything, and he will not be able to get past that fact.
I look forward to seeing that, but remember to bring up my point about arguing from analogy once or twice. It's a good point, I think.
By the way, that's when you want to do it. Right?
His analogy being, the Tesla motor, like Tesla cars type of thing. The difference between his analogy of the Tesla, and we know that that's designed, is because we actually have evidence that those were designed, and we don't have evidence that the cell was designed in the way that he's saying it. Designed maybe for like through evolution, but that is not designed in the way that he's phrasing it.
Ironically, the closest thing to a ATP motor is actually a rotary engine. Mm-hmm. Very, 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 very similar. Matter of fact, there's actually papers written comparing a rotary engine to ATP synthase. So there are some analogies there. But that's what they're called analogies.
They're right. We're analogizing them by common properties, not because they're the same thing.
Right. But
Yeah,
I'll end this hangout as soon as you guys get it worked out, and he wants to have it right after his on Hannah's channel. I will end this hangout. I will grab some motherfucking popcorn, and I will like tell everybody to go over there and watch Hannah's channel and watch you and
Fuck it. Let's
as long as it's
do
just
it.
you
Let's
four.
do it
Don't
live.
let anybody else in though, because I don't want.
We'll do it live.
We'll do it live. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Fucking thing sucks.
No one can do it as well as Bill O'Reilly does.
Okay. So
Bill O'Reilly, that was the thing, was it?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. He's gonna use a lot of jargon and try and confuse the point. I understand that's what he's gonna do, and just know I don't understand all the jargon that you guys use on a daily basis. But know this: I understand that's what he's gonna do, and if it seems like I'm getting lost in what he's saying, that's because what he's saying is, well, one, irrelevant. Two, I'm not really gonna be listening to that shit, and three, I'm gonna be sifting through all that shit to get to the main course, which is a big pile of shit.
Yeah, the jargon bombing won't make a difference if you just say, okay, all that stuff is, biology. How do you get to your argument, though? It doesn't matter. He could use any argument he wants. Doesn't that? Okay, Rez, the same argument works for ATP synthase as it does for the sun is a fusion reactor. Have you ever seen a fusion reactor designed by anything but an intelligence? No. Every fusion reactor we have, we don't really have one that works great yet, but they've all been by intelligence. Or would be another example. The heart's a pump. Well, the heart must be intelligent design because every pump we've ever seen was designed by man. That's exactly his argument. There's no difference. He doesn't have to use ATP mayonnaise for that.
ATP mayonnaise.
Simple, you do know. Like you know what heart is.
Actually, you'd probably just grant those arguments and say yes, but I'd say it's the same intelligence. I think you should make one which comes to a much sillier response that you wouldn't want to take into account.
A fart.
Yes, possibly a fart.
I mean, I'm pumping ass hem out of my bunghole. So,
and another good example would be, okay, if you want to compare the things from designed by intelligence, how come we cannot build an ATP synthase from scratch yet? We've never seen a human do that, right?
Yeah, and also his claim.
Maybe eventually, but whatever.
Yeah, and also his claim that his claim that this was obvious. Oh, it's obvious that it's designed. Well, obviously you are full of shit. Because if we are going to be intellectually honest and look at people who, I don't know, have masters and PhDs in the field, and they're not seeing what you're saying, then it's obviously not obvious, ironically.
Yeah, I don't think he understands what those words mean. He wants to assert it as a brute fact,
I'm going to just give him like everything. I'm gonna say, okay, fine. Let's say that your understanding of chemistry and biology and how the cell works and everything like that is all well and good. Show me how you get from that knowledge to God did it.
No, Dying Paradise. I don't think True Empiricism wants to do it on his channel. He just said True Empiricism wants to do it on his channel now with Antonio mods. First of all, that would never happen. I won't watch that, and I will ban you if you do that. Reg would never do it on True Empiricism's channel. That would be the dumbest thing.
I made that mistake already.
Yeah, you made it abundantly clear to him. So I don't know why he's still trying to get that to happen if that's what he's trying to do.
If not Hannah's channel, are you fucking pansy?
Who said not Hannah's channel?
True, just now in the fucking comments.
Oh, what a fucking coward! And he's trying to put it back on his channel, isn't he? Oh, what the fuck, Ronnie? Come on, you little bitch! Seriously.
Okay, I just replied Max's channel.
Max's channel's good.
No, he doesn't.
Jim's.
He doesn't really like me, so I don't think he'd go for that.
You're a Christian. It doesn't matter. He can't refute you. He can't like deny you because well, you're not their kind of Christian, but whatever. Max, you did. That'd be a good channel. Whatever.
True is backing out already. Yeah, I agree.
What do you think he did with my debate with him? He ran like a motherfucker after he realized what he got himself into. He was going to have like a 20-minute discussion on a topic he knew nothing about.
Who the hell is CPH?
Oh, GPH, you mean?
GPH, yeah.
That You know what? No, that's not Sean. I don't know. No, I have no idea.
He was complaining that I was. He said I was making an appeal to authority, despite the fact that inductive appeals to authority are actually legitimate.
Yeah, I don't know why they point that out. I mean, I don't like people using appeals to authority all the time. I think it's a shitty way to fucking have a discussion.
No,
but if it's legit, it's legit. But I don't like it.
I think I know what's up. He doesn't want to have it on Hannah's channel, not because True actually has a beef with Hannah. It's because he knows that Hannah will be unbiased and won't fucking mute me.
And he knows that Hannah won't. Oh, he knows Hannah won't delete the video. If he has it on Antonio's, they can just go, "Oh, let's make this private."
Let's just make this private and hide the fact that I royally got my ass kicked by somebody who I claimed. Oh, I made him run away.
You ran away from the great debate community, just like Suzuki Das. God, if they mention his name one more time, fucking stupid.
But
here's a guy Suzuki Das saying for the longest time he was had other things to do, he'd be leaving the community. And they basically, we ran him off because we proved to him that Ronnie didn't have 18 sock accounts. Who the fuck cares how many sock accounts you've got, Ronnie? I don't give a shit. And I know you have probably a lot because every time you make a mention of my channel, all of a sudden my dislikes go to like 9 or 10. Whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, he basically is going to now find a way to back out of this by either never agreeing to have it on a certain channel or saying that everyone is against him and that everyone will just automatically agree with me. And, I mean, he's not going to be willing to have this debate unless it's on a channel he controls.
I'm actually kind of sad in that my.
How about Daniel's channel? Reds?
What's that?
How about General's channel?
General? That's perfectly fine with me.
Okay. General. Oh, yeah.
He's asking them right now about that.
It's nice having Han Solo around.
I love Hans. See, I don't have to agree with him to love him. We have bro love.
Wait, are you telling me you have a love for someone that's unconditioned? Oh.
It's well, no, all my love is conditional. Yeah, I even tell my daughter that. My love is conditional. You better keep me. You be in my good graces.
I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a point where we all kind of break down into conditional. Like, I love everyone so long as they're not trying to kill me in a brutal fashion.
I don't think humans can have unconditional love. I really don't. I mean, even if like my loved ones, my daughter or my mom, or I can't say my sister because I hate my sister, like really hate my sister. But if they became like a homicidal killer, I don't know that I would say that I love them anymore. I don't.
Well, again, Steve has said over and over that he loves me, but there is a condition there that I keep the bag. I have to keep the bag.
Yeah, that's conditional though. That's not unconditional love.
Exactly. I have to keep the bag.
That's just me being horny on a Saturday night, being drunk.
Exactly, but it's like even I can turn your stiffy very flaccid if I take the paper bag off my face.
I don't know if being stiffy or not really is related to love, but I see the analogy.
well, you know how my fucking face is a giant turnoff.
So what do we resolve here? Did General get it on his channel?
I have no idea.
Let me ask him right now. This is what's a pain in the ass with these motherfuckers, man. You know what I'm saying? They're so weaselly. This is why I never bother with them because they're like, oh, this is a debate. Oh my god, it's a clusterfuck when these people try to get a debate going.
Oh my goodness. You know what, Hannah, start the room and we'll just wait.
I don't think he's gonna do it. Dine Paradise, he just said what? Oh yeah, but
I'm just gonna take those pictures before I let you go.
Okay, cool. Jen was trying to ask him right now. So let's see what General says. Well, Hannah can start the room, but the problem is that he's not going to join us. So why bother? Why don't you just wait to see if General's going to start a room?
Because I'm tired of waiting for him to grow a pair.
I mean, I don't mind ending this hangout to go do that. I didn't want a long hangout anyways, but I want to make sure it happens. I don't want to be. I don't want to be let down.
I'm tired of catering to his insecurities. I need him to fucking, grow a pair and face the fucking music. If he wants to say, "Oh, I made Rayan run away," well, who the fuck is running away now? All I want is an unbiased mod. And we've named 3 people already, and yet here we are, still waiting. So I'm not going to wait anymore. I'm going to have Hannah start the room, and then we'll wait until True grows a pair and comes in with Antonio, and Antonio can mod alongside Hannah. And then we'll have a one-on-one convo, and I will show everyone just how pathetic his fucking argument is. Because you don't have to be an expert in biology to figure it out.
I will put it on G+, and I'll put it on Twitter too.
Can I make a suggestion? Do you guys know the Holy Spackle, Deidre?
Yeah.
Are you really asking us if we know who Deidre is? Seriously?
Who's Deidre? I mean the Holy Spackle.
I mean, I'm ignorant when it comes to bondage.
We all know who the Holy Spackle is.
I'm ignorant when it came to bondage crow, but this is the Holy Spackle you're talking about, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So she's
my Facebook friend, bitch.
She's very neutral. I think she could actually bring about a balance.
Oh, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, why not?
I'm sure Reds would too.
Let's make that one final offer, and then we could automatically kick it to Hannah. Would you be? I'll message her and see if it's okay.
Yeah, Reg, you wouldn't have a problem with Deidre, would you?
Not an issue.
Yeah.
I'm just so fucking like amazed at how much of a bitch he is.
Really, after all this time? Really?
Well, he talks the talk, but he's not willing to actually do anything.
Well, that's why he's going to win the Fuck of the Year! Yay!
I love that award so much. By the way, did you? Oh, she said she can. By the way, did you in that whole exchange decide to switch over to the true empiricism side, like right after I switched over to your side?
No. I said I would meet halfway and said that if true empiricism wins, that would be equivalent in my happiness if Antonio won.
Okay.
And I will be ecstatic beyond belief.
Because the fact is that you have to be a special kind of dumb fuck to not understand that if you show the live feed, you can't see the other person's cursor. It's only when you show the internal feed that you show the actual fucking cursor. Because how I was recording it, I was recording my screen. Idiot.
That does take a special kind of dumb fuck, doesn't it?
That does. Yeah,
it does.
She said she could do it, and it would be on her channel.
Good enough for me. Send me the link.
Awesome. She's still developing. She just wanted to make things clear. She just asked to specify on Red's channel, and I said on yours. Now I'm just waiting for her to say yes. She already said she'd do it. I don't see why she wouldn't jump to this one as well. Okay, she saw the message, and let's wait for her to reply.
Okay, hang on. I got 2 people fucking. Let me get to my G+. Some fucking horseshit. Come on, fucking thing.
Okay, she asked what.
All right, I'll be back in half an hour.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. No worries. We'll whether be here or be on. We'll be listening to Reds. Just message me if you can't find the link.
I'll try and join again. So, all right, catch you
We'll
later.
keep you busy, man. We know we got to keep your mind occupied.
Exactly. All right. See you.
All right. She asked what the subject was, and I said just title it Red and True Discuss God of the Gaps. And if there's any kind of change you want to that.
Sounds good.
Still in our post. Okay.
That we could have more than one mod. Whether it be Antonio or Hana or anyone else.
Okay, so what channel is it going to be on?
On her channel.
Okay, on Reds. Okay. All right, so Hannah's okay.
So it's going to be there if anyone wants to download
Now
it.
General is apparently setting up a room for me.
Yeah, I think General is. So what is this? General or is it General or Red?
Oh my goodness.
It's going to be her. She asks, can they give me 10 minutes to set it up? So yes.
Yeah, I would much rather have go to her channel than General's, just because I don't know General that much.
All right. So
nothing against General.
No worries. So did True Empiricism say yes to the idea?
Oh fuck. Well, there lies the problem, my friend.
All right. Tell True Empiricism about this one.
Okay. Fuck me, man. Okay, General's saying no. True Empiricism said no. It's just going to be me, True, and or it's just going to be not me, but it's going to be General, True, and Reds, and on General's channel. And I'm like, no. Anna said it's going to be on her channel. Make up your fucking mind, people. Like seriously.
God, I should go back in there and say, look, we need to figure this shit out, because if we're going to have an actual discussion, then we need to actually figure out which channel it's going to be on. Now, Deidre is already in the process of making a channel, so is Hannah, but for some reason you have a pet peeve with Hannah, so fuck. Yeah, God damn it. All right, I'll be right back.
This is a clusterfuck, people.
Okay. This no, Steve, it's a flustercluck.
A flusterfuck.
Flustercluck, yes.
So now, I mean, I want to kind of like get this thing going and terminate this, but I want to see what's going on.
I know, me too. Oh, man, my scalp is itchy. I don't think I'm the kind of guy who can wear hats. I mean, oh well, and you know what? Never mind. This is neither here nor there. Just waiting for True to say yes.
All right. Well, General, I guess set up a room, and I guess Ronnie said fine, so I guess that's what they're going to go with.
Oh, so Deidre doesn't need.
No. I'm giving him the link right now.
Okay, so we're just gonna stand by and watch it from the outside.
No, I'll end this hangout.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need to have two hangouts going. Plus, I don't want to like I want to go do other things, so. But I want to make sure that those get started first before I do anything else. Oh, I gotta get rid of my. I gotta log on my Twitter, man. My Twitter takes more time than fucking Facebook nowadays. Holy cow!
Yep.
I got a lot of freaking followers. People have been following me left and right in the last couple of days.
Do you have a link to the Hangout? I mean, we could be off screen.
I do. Well, no, I don't, but I can get one. One sec.
Yeah.
No, I do have a link to live feed. What the hell am I thinking?
Can I come in? So. Oh,
No.
Feed or
General said nobody but them three, so let's not fuck it up. That's the watch link. It's called
Okay.
Red's Rhetoric versus True Empiricism, Intelligent Design, and Epistemology.
Cool. Can we keep this Hangout open? We could on broadcast, but keep it open, watch it together. This way we could do some commentary.
I don't mind going off air and leaving it open. I mean, shit, it was off air. I do what the hell you want.
Awesome.
But if you want, I mean, I may not be participating in it, but if you want to like record the off air for your own personal thing, do you have a recorder?
Oh no, I don't. Damn it. Oh well. Screw it. I'll just listen.
Okay.
Stay in here in case anyone comes in and wants to talk about it.
Red's Rhetoric versus True Empiricism. Begin. Fight. Let's see what's going on over there. Maybe this is happening. They're still talking over there. Fuck. Oh, what's going on here, people? You guys are so confusing me. I'll end mine when they start theirs, or just before they do. When True gets in there. Dun, dun, dun. I don't see True moving.
Is he making up excuses?
No, they're talking about turbines again.
Oh, Bo!
The one thing he wouldn't debate me on because he didn't know jack shit about them.
Yeah.
Well, dude, I had a presentation all about ready. I mean, I was at least got the format for it, and I even had General, Bumpus and Hannah and a few other people. I was showing them how pressure velocity compounding works, how tow stages work, how you get a pressure at the very end, the reaction stages, so you have atmospheric pressure at the condenser, because you don't want to have your condenser pressurized. So I was explaining how this extracts the kinetic energy into rotational force, and I had it all laid out, and I was using diagrams, the whole 9 yards, because this is all what I learned in nuke school about turbines. And I was like, this is what I'm going to be hitting Ronnie with, because if Ronnie wants to compare ATP synthase to turbines, he's going to have to know about both, right? And I only know a little about ATP synthase, and I certainly know about turbines. So, if he wants to argue that they're analogous, let's see what parts are have an analogy. And I could come up with a handful of things. Yes, they have a rotor, they have a stator, they rotate. But you also can say, you know what? They're both on the planet Earth. So what? I mean, they're just nothing really I can look at the two and go, okay, I could ever see one and go, oh yeah, that's a turbine. I mean, technically it is, but it's an ion, what's called a proton ion turbine. That's completely different from what you think of as a steam turbine, right?
Right. I think of it as 3 fans going in one direction. Now, I'm actually thinking of taking that bit where I was speaking to him about the argument from analogy and just posting that as a video.
Well, yeah, I think they explained to them a valid argument from analogy versus an invalid.
Oh, actually, all arguments from analogy are invalid. An argument from analogy is not.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I thought you said I didn't know you said analogy. Yeah. I thought for some reason I thought you said appeal to authority. I don't know why.
The only way you can argue, so the only way you could appeal to an analogy is as a thinking tool. You can analogize 2 things in a way of saying, okay, look, in the way we think about things here, this is the way I'm reasoning here. And it's to illuminate something. You're not doing it to prove it.
It's exact. Bingo. Thank you. That's a good way of putting it. It's to illuminate something, especially a concept that somebody's not understanding.
Right. You're going from making an inductive inference from one thing you understand to another thing you understand.
So True is making them wait because MP is in there, by the way.
Right. He's using, instead of using a false analogy, you should think of it as using an analogy falsely. So that's kind of the main point he was losing on, and he was using such an analogy to then build up an appeal to abduction.
Is there going to be a debate?
Yes.
Yes.
When is it?
It's going to be Allah versus Yahweh.
Awesome.
It's going to be like the greatest debate of all time.
Reds, and then Jesus is going to debate true empiricism, right?
Yeah, Jesus is debating Satan. So that's gonna be interesting.
All right. So Reds is going to be debating true empiricism.
Yes, on epistemology and intelligent design.
Why is he debate? He debates the guy who doesn't know anything about epistemology.
I don't know why. No, I don't know why he pulled that out of his ass. That was General's thing.
Here's the thing. Where's Reds? And only let me coach Reds. No one else talk to him.
What they're doing, they're going to start right here. Do you want the link to the watch?
It's going to happen now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, someone tell Reds to call him a coward for not wanting to debate me.
Yeah, I think we do that anyways, right?
and call him oh, and let's also not forget to call him stupid for not understanding what an analogy is.
Where's I need look? This is all you got to do with him. You just go, how would the intelligent? What would make it so the intelligent design hypothesis would predict that we would see ATP mayonnaise the way it is? He's not going to give you he doesn't know the answer to that. He's not going to give an answer. That's it. All his like memorizing all these sciencey words and stuff out the window because he can't answer a simple question. What happened today, you guys? How's it going?
It's going.
Oh my god. Okay, so when is
what's the question you want to ask? Why didn't ID? Well, they didn't have really.
What?
They didn't have ID for a long while ago, but the question would have been why didn't IID hypothesize some of this stuff?
Okay, this is the thing. Intelligent design proponents say that a prediction you can make on the design inference is to say that we would see irreducibly complex systems, right? But why is it the case that we would see irreducibly complex systems in virtue of a designer? It seems to me like a designer would design anything. It seems to me like a designer, and sometimes they'll say, well, the designer's super intelligent and only intelligence can make these things. Yeah, but intelligent people make simple stuff all the time. Intelligent people make complex, untidy stuff all the time. What about the designer being intelligent makes it so we'll see these irreducibly complex little systems? Nothing. In fact, you can say, well, if there's an intelligent designer, we would see very reducible, simple systems. That would be consistent with something that's intelligent. So their hypothesis is just staggeringly vague. You can't make any prediction. Yeah, you can't make any predictions with it. You can't say we would expect to see this with any more certainty than saying we would expect to see that. That's why it's not a good hypothesis. Now, the issue with the reasons to believe people is they're actually giving something that isn't vague. They're saying it's the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible has a lot of attributes you can work with. But
I agree, and I do agree with you in concept, right, Joe? I mean, you're not on the off target completely, but too much to suss out in a limited amount of time.
Yeah, I agree. The other issue is it's hard.
You're not an idiot, Joe. You're one of the smartest guys I know when it comes to this kind of fucking reasoning. Seriously, I mean, I'm not sucking up to you. You really are really good at this shit.
It's like when you get tunnel vision and you look into this stuff a lot. Hopefully that is the response other people have when you start talking about it.
The problem is it's such a huge topic, and you kind of want to like pigeonhole it and choose, and there's not much time to suss it out. Now if you, like, for example, you and Rana had like a one-on-one, you could spend hours talking about this shit, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I find would be interesting. So what I'm hoping is, they will be back, and Rana is on my Facebook, and if you want to have something kind of written with him, maybe one day. I mean, he likes my Facebook comments, so he does watch my feed.
Are you sure it's not like a pity like? Like I give a lot of my friends pity likes.
Well, that's possible, but I expect pity likes from you. My parakeet died. Like I don't. I feel bad.
That's the other thing. Like there's no like I feel for you like.
Well, the sadness. There's the emoticons now. Emotions. What are they called?
That's weird.
They have those, but before it was just like. It's like Grandma died today. I mean, it's like 52 likes.
50. That's right. All right, I gotta feed my cat, and this is the link to their debate.
Yes,
awesome.
Is that the cat to which reality comports?
Yes.
That's a reality. That's a reality cat.
In one of my debates, I said no, it's truth. In one of my debates, I said that truth is that which comports with my cat. To Matt Yaster, I believe.
That was that was the most epic trolling I've ever heard in my entire life.
But like, think about it's what they're saying. Truth is that which comports to God. But I mean, I could say this. It comports to my cat, and this is the issue with them is they go, you're being dishonest by saying that that's what you really think is truth. And all you have to do is explain, do you know what a reductio ad absurdum is? Do you know what a parity argument is? The whole point is to show that I could use the same logic you're using to demonstrate that my cat is truth. And that's why
they didn't even realize it too.
Yeah.
I tweeted, we pick on younger creationists, younger creationists pick on flat earthers. It's the hierarchy of things. People are retweeting that. They're like, oh, that's funny. It is, man. I mean, younger earthers are not as dumb as flat earthers, but it's close.
It's kind of funny because there's a conspiracy from certain younger creationists that flat earthers are, they're just trolling in order to make younger creationists look bad. Because people like, what's his name, Pillbox, they'll refer to the Bible, and in order to justify their flat earthery. And so they think that these flat earth people are just acting ridiculous in order to make younger creationists look bad. It's like, yeah, that's it. It's not just that people are stupid.
Yeah, it is pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm going to be ending this. They're starting in 2 minutes,
Okay.
so I'm going to leave this room open though. But just be off air. So if anyone wants to like sit in here and chat and talk or whatever, and just got a comment, I might jump into myself because I'll listen to you guys and them. So, but I am taking this off air. But thank you guys for hanging in for the after hangout, and the guys that watched the hangout with Dr. Rana was really good, and I liked it. So I mean, a couple people, kind of were not too happy with it, but it is what it is. Sam had thought he was a little disorganized. I thought it was organized great. Trying to arrange people to get together and have that 2 hours of the dialogue and get everybody in is not as easy as it sounds, people. But anyways, I'm out. Happy holidays.